Hello and welcome everybody. It is Grand Finals night here at Control Points Championship. And after a very long journey, we're down to just two teams. Jazib, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. So many teams tried and tested in this very tournament, and only two of them remain. It's now going to be Legion who go up against Wawa in the Grand Finals here.
Yeah, and there's going to be no dilly-dallying around the trophy. We are about to crown a champion right here today. But before that, I think a recap would be in order because I think their journey is absolutely important to highlight. The brackets have been incredibly tough. They had to, three of the teams had to first go through the qualifiers. It was only Legion that was invited as the top seed, the top team in Pakistan. But it got really bloody until the end. Those semifinals yesterday, they were kind of one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, there was only one map that got close, but still, Wawa, they were very comfortable with that all across the board. Generally, Team Legion and Wawa, both of them have been absolutely phenomenal in the qualifiers. For Wawa, and Legion just blew out their competition in the semis.
Yeah, and we'll get a chance to quickly look at the brackets as well.
Yeah.
Both of those teams, I think we headed into the game knowing that there were going to be pretty heavy underdog versus favorite matchups. But two 2-0s was, frankly, a little disappointing. I mean, Wawa absolutely smoked Botulus. Legion did the same to Guardian 5. But I think if you put both of these teams under the microscope, it becomes a little apparent that their journeys weren't exactly the same. Wawa had a slightly difficult time, or at least a more difficult time against Team Botulus, especially after Bullet was talking all that smack in map number 2.
Yeah.
But Legion, it was an absolutely swimming show for them. No breaks at all, and I think both of those maps ended up in a score that is insignificant enough to forget.
Yeah, I mean, they had 8 rounds collectively, Team Guardian 5s. They didn't even have enough to win a single map, but here we have Team Legion joining us in the studio right here for the Control Point tournament at Chumby Studios. And they, honestly, given the performance that they gave us yesterday, you have to think that Legion have the upper hand. They were absolutely lights out. They blew out Guardian 5 and it never looked even close.
Yeah, it makes so much sense that they're walking into the arena with so much gusto, right? Like, there's the man of the hour. It's Pokemon, who's, of course, walking with all that swagger because he knows that he is the top player that's going to be on the server. Absolutely smoked the show yesterday. And considering the fact that he's playing with this lineup where he's tasked with the responsibility of being an in-game leader, I think he's done an exceptional job so far at leading the team. These past 3 months for this specific lineup have all been about tying the veterans in to the new guns and putting them under Pokemon's tutelage. But on the other side of things, we see Wawa entering as well. I think they understand that with how much more practice Legion are, on paper they should be fine, but I will say that Legion just have a slightly better hand considering the recent practice.
Yeah, but realistically speaking, if there's anybody that can beat Legion in the Pakistani scene, it has to be Wawa. You cannot put up anybody else except Legion so far, given their recent performances. And Wawa, that's a very household name in Pakistani CS, especially in the recent years. They've represented the country on an international level as well. So if there's anybody that you would put up against Legion in the Pakistani CS scene, it has to be Wawa.
Yeah, I honestly don't know who I would put up against them instead, right?
Yeah.
Because one of the conversations we had yesterday was that if you want to have a team that's potent enough to beat a team like Legion, you either need to just take the top dogs that are Wawa, or you straight up just have to form a team with the old guard that unfortunately either didn't participate in the tournament or simply got knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these players are here for a reason. They've proven themselves against some of the old guards, not all of them, that have been legendary to the CS scene in the local region. But Wawa, they certainly have earned their spot, and now they're here to prove it that they can be and possibly will be number 1. But we're going to have to wait and find out by the end of the day if they are able to achieve that status and beat Legion out.
Yeah, I think getting past that, past the Goliath that is Legion, that's definitely going to be a very, very tough affair. But I think it's, I don't want to get into the storylines too much because that stage is looking a little empty, and I do want to populate it in just a second. So why don't we get Team Wawa on the stage as the first grand finalist that made it through yesterday. Yeah, I was just trying to marinate the crowd for a second. Just here Here a bit of the chance. You can see the players walking on the stage now. Definitely going to be a lot of pressure on them, knowing that they're coming into this as slight underdogs. But their performance yesterday definitely showed us that even with the fact that, they've talked about it in the interviews a little bit, we've gotten a bit of a peek behind the curtains when we were talking to them yesterday personally as well. Even with less practice than Legion have had as of late, because Legion's been preparing for ESL Challenger League, I think the history that this team had, the fact that they've been playing for so long, it gives them a very big edge in terms of team chemistry. That being said, though, the most recent team chemistry is from Legion, and there's a reason why they are going to be the top dogs in the server. We're going to bring them on in just a second. We should have the right side of the stage populated in moments. But Jazib, is there anyone in particular you want to talk about on that team?
I mean, Soulmate. After yesterday's performance, you have to look at Soulmate. The kills that he was putting up, he has to be the key component here for Legion.
Yeah, it seems like I've gotten word that they're ready to step on stage, so why don't we get the favorites on the stage now? Soulmate, the first one on your camera, and you can see the smile on his face. You can hear cheers from the audience, and that's for good reason, right? That first map yesterday, what was that, like 22 and 6?
Something along those lines. He had a 3.7 KD, that's what I remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math, and I think 22 divided by 6 is in fact 3.7 something, so close enough. You're probably better at math than I am, but with how dominant their gameplay was against the team that they were up against, it's a little worrying if you're in the shoes of Wawa, because Guardian 5, they definitely came into the game as a slightly, I would like to think, slightly more prepared team than Botulis. And if you're just looking at the stats on paper, if you're just looking at the individuals, I think Guardian 5 would be rated a little bit higher. So although one-sided games are difficult to draw conclusions from, despite having a slightly stronger opponent, we did see somewhat better performance, a more linear performance from Legion that pretty much had no speed bumps.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly can be said. However, I would like to also point out that Botulis actually ended up beating Guardian 5 once. It's not something you would expect generally. It was counted as an upset in the qualifiers as well. So, generally speaking, yes, you would put Guardian 5 above Botulis, but there's a grand possibility that Wawa will still, beat out Legion. Again, we've discussed this already. They're the best contenders to be able to do so, but we're gonna have to wait and find out if they're able to achieve that. However, you know what? I'm gonna ask you this.
You're putting me on the spot.
Yeah. We didn't do predictions from yesterday, and now we have the two titans of the Pakistani CS scene. Where do you see this going?
I think there's no denying that Legion is coming into this, and maybe I'm sounding like I'm glazing a little bit too much now, but I'm just looking at the recent history, right? I'm looking at the individuals. They are packed with talent individually, and I think they slightly edge out Wawa in that regard. And then also their recent practice for Challenger League, I think that puts them a cut above the rest. So my money's probably on Legion, but I'm not going to count out Wawa at all. I think there's definitely a chance for an upset with the team chemistry that can be present.
Yeah, and you know what? You make a fair point. I have to agree. There's just no denying that the Legion have looked a lot more methodical, and they looked calm. Even the rounds that felt very chaotic. However, we're gonna have to wait and see how this match pans out, and the first component of that is figuring out what maps we're gonna be playing on. So the Vetoes should be joining us on our screens very shortly. However, any expectations that you have from this game off the bat?
Yeah, the way I'm thinking about the Veto is that you are gonna have Team Legion have a much more diverse map pool, because they're very specifically trying to break it through online tournaments, right? So they can't do that if they're not prepped on the slightly newer maps. One of the issues with Pakistani CS is that with Train and Overpass being in the mix, teams have tried to shy away from it. But when you have two newer maps, you can't run away from everything, right? So I do feel like Wawa are going to be put in a position where they will be tunneled onto a map that they don't want to play. So there we have it. We've got the Veto, Dustu, Inferno, and Nuke as the decider. Is there anything that sticks out for you, Justin?
I mean, honestly, I'm not surprised that Legion went for the Inferno pick. They looked extremely comfortable on that yesterday. Wawa had a good game on Dust 2. That was their better game, rather. They struggled a lot on Mirage, and we saw the second half not going their way whatsoever, even though it was their own map pick. And so they banned it out today. They did not want to repeat that mistake, especially after Legion's performance on Mirage particularly. So I think going with Dust 2 is a bit of a safer bet for them. Legion, they looked way too comfortable for Inferno. And yeah, as you said, Train was the first ban for Wawa. If you look at Legion, as you said, they want their map pool to be diverse. They likely were hoping that Train get passed on and they could pick it, but Wawa just eliminate that from the get-go.
I think the only real surprise for me is that Legion haven't been doing any practice on overpass to perhaps have that little dynamic where you force teams onto either one of the newer maps, right? Because if you have both overpass and train under your belt, then that can be one of your picks, and I think that could have been a pretty big punish for Wawa. That being said, though, it's not like they're not going to be comfortable, because we are seeing Inferno. It was an incredible map for them yesterday, and obviously the stakes are higher now. It's a much more difficult team to go up against, but their timings, all those micro details, those microsecond details that matter on a map that is hinging around rotations, I think that could get them a much easier win than they anticipated if Wawa aren't ready for it.
Yeah, but well, we can't really predict too much, you know. It's Wawa. It's something that I would like to point out is he talked about it in his interview, or I believe it was in some, I can't recall that. However, they talked about their struggles, and it was whenever they lose a couple of rounds, they start to let those losses get to them, and it takes them a while, from what we observed, before they can readjust. They generally ended up losing 4 to 5 rounds consecutively whenever they sort of felt the pressure. And so if Legion can get off to a hot start, that can be very pricey for Wawa.
You're right, and I think emotions are going to be at play for both teams. You're right that Wawa can also get a little desperate when they start losing rounds. We saw Bullet kind of tilt, especially, I mean, part of that is obviously because he made a prediction that he was going to make it a lower scoreline than 13-5, but then he wasn't able to get a clutch that would have allowed him to cement that. But other than that, Wawa not getting a lead against Legion will mean that they won't have the leverage of being able to strike fear into the hearts of the newer guns. Because one of the dynamics we've already talked about a little bit yesterday on the broadcast is that Legion is composed of 2 parts. You've got the veterans on one side, it's Pokemon and Soulmate, and then you have the 3 newer players. You've got Bloody, you've got HF, you've got Sultan, and these 3 players, they don't have that much LAN experience. And, you know, they looked all right yesterday. They looked fantastic, but it wasn't enough pressure to actually elicit an emotional response. And if Wawa can get that out of them, then they could flip the tables.
Yeah, and if that happens, then the spotlight falls on players like Pokemon and Soulmate, who are the experienced players who have to make sure that they can rally the troops, keep them together, keep them calm under the pressure, and hence they can get back to their victory. However, we're going to have to wait and find out if they do get there from the get-go. Although those young guns that you're talking about, something that I loved seeing from those was the consistency that we had out of them. Sultan, he had his key moments where he was finding 2Ks here and there, and practically every other round actually. Bloody, he was absolutely phenomenal with those first bloods. He was getting them on Inferno, he was getting them on Mirage, he was everywhere whenever there was a kill presented at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and you know what, Jazib? You're right about that, but I do want to bring the conversation a little bit towards Wawa, right? Because it has been a bit of a glaze factory over towards Legion.
Yeah.
So I do want to talk about the silver lining, some of the win conditions for Team Wawa, because let's be honest, they have some of the best team chemistry. There's a reason why they were representing Pakistani Counter-Strike for as long as they were. And I think I would be tooting their horn a lot more if they were still in the form that we saw them be in like 4 or 5 months ago. But still, when you have such a long-standing lineup, you've got players that essentially play with something that I like to call on a strategic level, the power of friendship. That can go a long way. They've been playing for years together. They're super familiar. They've attended international LANs together under the brand name of, under the name of Team Pakistan while they were representing the country. And they've only had one piece be switched out, right? They had Freaky before. They've added in another player. So because of that, I think chemistry could potentially trump the individual prowess that that Legion might have over them.
Yeah, and that player that got added was sad but true. He's now the IGL of the team, and as we were talking about it yesterday, they didn't exactly have a particular IGL before on their roster. So now you expect them to be a little bit more structured. Sure, their performance, it may not be as good as it was 4 to 5 months ago. However, you can anticipate it to get even better from that because now they should have a better structure comparatively to not have to when they didn't have an IGL. So I think the spotlight here for Wawa falls onto sad but true, whether or not he can outmaneuver Legion with his calls and mid rounds.
And that's going to be very difficult to do. You've got a player with the veterancy of Pokemon who not only has cemented himself as one of the best players that Pakistan has ever produced, but he's definitely the most decorated one with how much international experience he's been able to gather, especially under the name of Divine Vendetta. Like, this is a player that was largely divorced from Pakistani Counter-Strike because of the fact that he had greener pastures to pursue. And now that he's back to the scene, it's going to be a little tricky to get past a player that was kind of smurfing previously in the scene.
Yeah, and I mean, he was smurfing yesterday here, let's be honest. His whole team was
Soulmate
practically.
as well.
Yeah, yes. And you know, that's also something that I would like to bring up. Pokemon, him being the IGL, although he could very well be the superstar player, he's enabling other players. It's Bloody that you see getting the first bloods. It's Soulmate that's MVPing consistently, and he was the star player in both of those maps. Even though he had the slow start, he eventually caught up, got beyond those 20 kill points both times. So Pokemon being able to do that speaks a lot about his versatility as well as an individual.
Yeah, and I think while we're on the subject of versatility, right, we saw a little bit of that yesterday from Pavastar. Like, I think he definitely deserves a shout out because he was the top fragger, the IGL, the Opper, like.
Man was doing everything.
Yeah, he was playing matchmaking. Yeah. Right? I think his style of grinding through the ranks, like he's essentially like pugging on face at 24/7. That was kind of carrying through to the game yesterday. And one of the things we haven't even mentioned yet is the fact that he's like a 17-year-old kid.
Yeah.
So all of that responsibility, while you have a player like Weedfly on your team, it seemed like he was a bit hard done, right? Like some of those responsibilities had to go elsewhere.
And on the map number 2, you could see him feel the pressure. He was not smiling at all. Even during the long tech pause that we had, the rest of the players, they calmed down, they started smiling a bit. But Pavastar, he had his headphones off. He was constantly thinking about how exactly he can outplay Legion. But unfortunately for him, there was just no response except for the few rounds where he single-handedly carried his team through. And, you know, it was sad to see, but Pavastar, he definitely showed his potential to be a great player in the later years.
And I think that we also saw that on the other side of the bracket, right? So it's something I really enjoyed from the underdogs, that even though they weren't able to furnish a really good scoreline, they did show flashes in the pan that did threaten these players. But I do believe we are about to get ready with the game at hand. Now you've got the recap. You know what's at stake. Is that trophy in the middle of the stage? It is 500,000 rupees on the line, and the glory of winning the first Premier LAN, the first Premier Studio LAN in Pakistan in a very, very long time.
Yeah, and you know, I actually just remembered one thing while the teams prepare for their game. It was HF in his interview that was talking about having never won against Wawa. So as much as we've glazed Legion here, that HF curse, if that continues to persist, this could very well go Wawa's way just off of that alone.
Yeah, and you get to take a look at the player cams as well. Wawa kind of just chilling out while we see Team Legion flipping through the notes. I had a bit of a word with Pokemon previously, and he was talking about how, you know, because they are playing some of the bigger tournaments, some of the tournaments on the international stage, they are trying to get as much LAN practice in as possible. So they're being super well versed about it. But I did actually get to take a look at some of their notes, and it was just the same line over and over. It was like, go B. If it's not B, just go A instead.
So you're helping Wawa out here. Is that what I'm
Yeah, listen. I mean, if Wawa wants any hints from their notes, right, they're either going to B or they're going to A. That's all I'm going to say.
So they're never going to go mid. Is that what you're implying?
Wow.
You still help them out a little bit. How
can't give them too much of the secret sauce here, Joseph. They're going to figure out how our commentary works.
let's hope they don't do this so before the end of the tournament. But it certainly is going to be fun to witness how exactly they put those good notes to good use here. Wawa, they're smiling. They don't seem too pressurized right now, so they're talking things through. However, on the side of Legion, they're just pretty calm as well.
Yeah, and pressure is going to be a big part of the conversation, but that pressure is going to be unleashed from both parties as we start heading right into the game. We're going to kick things off right here on Dust 2, and it's going to be the pistol round going live. Jazib, I am so damn excited for these grand finals. We've got the top 2 teams in Pakistan playing it for everything. The long and arduous journey that we've seen so far, culminating into one game towards the end. Legion on the CT side, and Team Wawa starting off on the D right here on Dust.
And right off the bat, we see the whole squad of Wawa heading the B side. It's going to be Soulmate alongside Bloody to try and hold the line. Soulmate immediately falls. Pokemon to try and back him up. He does get one, but Bloody has been eliminated as well, and that's going to open up the whole site here for Wawa.
Yeah, there it is. That's the early success we were looking for. 2 players. HF trying to move right in. They can't really find a single point of spacing though. Sultan tries to move in, and OK and Bullet will quickly clean house. And that is Wawa on the first round of Dust 2. That's pressure that Legion probably have not felt before.
Yeah, it was an extremely good entry from the side of Wawa. Bloody and Soulmate, even though they were present within the side of Flash, perfectly lines them up. Flash both of them, and they were able to get picked off immediately. Pokemon, he did find a frag, but that was from outside the side. It was not enough to hold Wawa back. And hence the easy side take. The postman just was not going to happen at that point.
It's going to be Wawa's chance to just rack up the kills. Not quite the long stack, but 3 players ready and waiting off of vertical angles. Very difficult to line up the shots there if you do try and push into long. But look at how carefully Wawa are playing this. Wow, how does Pokemon have the cognizance for that? First skill's good. But both of the remaining players on the A site will be sprayed down. HF, pot shots with the USB. But I don't think he's going to be able to get anything done. That's not the worst damage in the world, to be honest. Like, Pokemon gets a freebie kill. He gets to recover a Galil. Maybe he gets to be even more annoying on top of it. I don't hate it.
Well, he's not going to be able to find anything. He gets shut down immediately by OK. So Legion, they're going to have to make do with just 1 frag heading into the 3rd round as well. Wow, off to a good start here for us.
Get to see it in the replay. I was almost certain that that would have been Pokemon's death. But it's a beautiful connection through the box that at least gets them the 1 consolation prize that they get into this round. But other than that, other than Pokemon's individual heroics, this round had Wawa written all over it. And with the full conservation of money in the previous round, Legion are going to elect to immediately bring out the big guns.
Not a lot of util on their side to work with. And a timeout, it seems, has been called in.
Yeah, I think this is a technical one, actually, because I don't see a blip activated on either Legion or Wawa's side. So just going to have to wait for a word from the producer to figure out what's going on.
Hopefully it gets sorted quick, but however, so far, the only person to have kills on the side of Legion is Pokemon himself, the man leading from the front. And, oh, it seems sad but true. Has gotten disconnected, perhaps, and that's why it's going to take us a bit to get that sorted. So hopefully we can get him to rejoin the lobby and get the game going. But it's a fun experience to be here. We have audience. They're having fun, I can tell.
Okay, so we have word that I think one of the players is struggling with their computer, so should be okay in just a moment. It's a topic we had yesterday as well. It's kind of hard to not have a single issue if you have 1,000 moving parts, but yeah, it happens. It's just part of the game.
You gotta have a bit of patience when you're pulling off something this great. And it's been great so far. It's been extremely fun having a CS LAN in Karachi after so long.
Yeah, I think generally whenever I've had the luxury of commentating on a LAN, it's always been outside Karachi, right? So having the pleasure to work this one has honestly been great.
Yeah. Generally it's cities like Lahore that get the attention, but it's good to be back here. It's been such a long time. It's been a few years, but the players. It seems like we do have Sadbat 2 connected again, so we should be getting back into the game very shortly.
Yeah, by the looks of things, I can see the arms moving around. That means they're getting ready to flick onto some heads. Should be a moment before we head right into the game. I really hope that doesn't mess with the momentum that Wawa's been able to build up off of these first two. And, you know, that kind of brings me back to the topic of the fact that Legion's mettle has not quite been tested, because so far they've only had comfortable games, right? They were invited directly into the semifinals. They had no trouble winning their first matchup against Guardian 5. So those players that are likely to falter under pressure have not faced it yet.
Yeah, and given the conversations that we've had with the players of Legion, it's mostly felt like that they're even taking this tournament as sort of a practice session for their ESL challengers that's coming up. So they are obviously going to do their best, with, especially when they're facing off against a team like Wawa, who are clearly going to punish them if they mess up. They've already taken 2 rounds right off the bat here, but from the sound of it, with how Pokemon was sounding, they're really confident they're going to take this one away with ease.
I don't know about that, Joseph. With how nicely Wawa started things off, with the confidence and composure they had on the B-bomb site, and the articulation they had to comfortably take that second round with only 1 casualty, that was frankly a ridiculous shot.
Yeah.
It's a bit much.
It was Pokemon who found both of the kills so far. Actually, there have only been 2 kills in the game from the side of Legion at this point. But we're going to have to wait and see if somebody else from the side of Legion decides to show up. This is going to be their best shot at winning, securing their first, of course. They're facing off against just a bonus round from the side of Wawa. I believe there was no reinvestment so far into this round from the side of Wawa, while Legion, they themselves have M4s in their hands all across the board. Not as much util to hold the side of Wawa back for the time being, but those rifles, more than good enough to be able to do so.
By the looks of things, Legion don't look all that phased yet. Seems like they haven't really been put off by the couple of rounds that they've lost. And I'm trying to read into what the conversation is that they're having. Like, I just saw Soulmate nod his head to the side, so I think they're ready to go.
Yeah, they're pretty calm and collected right now. I mean, it's the beginning of the game. Sure, Wawa, they've taken 2 rounds, and you know that was one of the points that we were bringing up earlier. Wawa, they really need to have a strong start, given the game that we saw yesterday. Legion, if they get the momentum going right off the bat, we saw them snowball off of it way too good, and they did not let Guardian 5 have a shot at the map again after that. So Wawa, if they want to avoid that fight, they needed a good start, and thankfully they've gotten it.
Yeah, that start's certainly going to help. And by the looks of things, the game is ready to get on board as well. I saw both teams being very vocal based off of the player cam, still trying to make sure all that information's communicated, make sure your strats are in order. And I think it's even more important for Legion to get that done, because they are, in fact, trying to practice those strats, right? They're coming in with a much thicker book of strategy than Wawa is. I think what Wawa's going to be bringing to the table is off of a lot of rehearsing they've done in the past, not anything specific that they've built up in recent times, while Legion is the opposite of it.
It's going to be a matter of implementation. Who does it better? Bloody going to be the first line of defense here. does have some support, but Soulmate, he's going to be the first one to peek, takes Bullet out of the equation. A nice little setup there with Bloody as they collectively find 3. There are the trades present from Mutse and Pokemon to shut him down immediately. That's going to leave OK on an island up against 3.
Bit of bad timing there on the utility as well. You got to have your weapon out. Make that 2v3 convert into just 2 members before you keep trying to go for it. Okay. A 1-on-3 now. Switches over to a better rifle. Sees one head. That's a quick tap, but Pokemon's refrag is perfect. And Legion's right back into the game before things get a little too tricky.
The start was a bit dicey still. Soulmate and Bloody, both of them ended up getting 3 frags here. Wawa, had they had a better start, had they been able to find any one of those 2 players before having 4 of their players fall, perhaps the result could have been different, because it still got a tad bit close here. Came down to a 1 versus 2, but Pokemon way too good right now with his shots.
Yeah, that double from Pokemon is absolutely instrumental to their success in that round, because if he doesn't find the frag from window, then that's a 2v2. It's a 2v2 that doesn't have a whole lot of information to come back with. Team Wawa, of course, being able to buy up, no issues again. AWP still firmly in the hands of OK. He's generally the one that the responsibility of getting frags with the AWP falls on, alongside Bullet. And I love the fact that the server is currently lined with players that can act as win conditions for both parties involved.
Yeah, the only person not with a weapon right now is sad but true for Wawa. And he is the Ice Gel, so it does make a lot of sense. He's just there to guide his team, lead them in to get the frags, but they're going to be walking into Pokemon here.
3 players coming his way. Gonna have to hold on to his horses. He's got a little bit of support, but the jig is up. They know where the final player is. There's reinforcements coming in. He's making out and he's cleaning house. Last player on the site, Executor, making things tricky still, and Pokemon's fight might be all for nothing if Soulmate can't recover this. Both players low. Executor loses his life, committed to the bomb. Soulmate sees him. It's a 1-on-1. Whoever finds that first shot, and it's the run and gun from Soulmate that ends up working out. A tag team duo from the 2 veterans on the server, Pokemon and Soulmate, to get the second round.
A beautiful clutch there coming out from Soulmate. He times that first peek absolutely perfectly, then gets a headshot on the final player. There was nothing that could have been done about that practically for Wawa. It was just a tad bit of misfortune there right in that fight with Executor. Wawa, their strong start has already come to a conclusion as Legion tie up the score.
I think if you look between the lines, there is some similarity in between this game and what we saw between Team Wawa and Botulus, right? It's the underdog that initially wins a couple of rounds, and then the favorite starts making their presence known immediately. Mid to be smoke deployed. Pokemon waiting for the call to be made by Bloody that they're about to move right in. Flashbang to go out. They get ready for it. Bloody's not letting them through the doors, though. Finds a kill he's not even ready for. And it's a 4K to shut everything down. Sad but true. Left alone. Without the warm embrace of teammates around him. And Bloody's already almost made his way to an ace. And at this point, if I'm Legion, I'm saying, Bloody, let me wind you up and let you go, because that ace can look real good on the scoreboard.
Bloody with a bloodbath to kick his game off here on the grand finals for Control Point.
We get to see it in the replay again. My, oh my, you see that third kill right there, Joseph? He doesn't even know he struck Executor.
And a clean shot to follow that up.
Yeah, I don't need voice comms from them to know that they told him to go get that ace. Go get him, Cowboy. Oh, look at what Bloody's doing. You know he's got confidence. And the crew stuck between 2 angles, 2 fights to take, but Bloody's in between a rock and a hard place. And this overeager approach on middle actually gets them punished. An advantage for Wawa to kick things off. Sultan The solo horseman to hold the wire here. Smokes him out. And he's going to try and play through the smoke. No way. There's no way that it works out, right? I mean, he's got 3 barrels pointed right at his head.
Oh, God. He walks back. He walks back to safety. Never mind.
He doesn't. Double dip. No, of course that doesn't work.
That's going to leave HF and Pokemon behind.
A second time. Second time's a charm. Pokemon, that's 1, 2, maybe more. No, Zapatru's there's to secure it. But maybe more damage than they should have bargained for.
Yeah, Bloody with a gutsy attempt. He did have the confidence. Unfortunately, he did not have the support to keep that position populated for long. Eventually, he realized he did have to give it up, but by the time Soulmate arrived to back him up, it was a little too late. Ended up costing both of them their lives. Pokemon with a nice attempt there, but it just wasn't enough. Wawa keeping things close here. 3-3.
Weapons still out for both teams. Maybe not all the bells and whistles present on the side of Legion, but that flashbang's really good. Allows Bloody to usher himself into tunnels. And a kill and a half is not bad return at all. Well, it's down to just 12 points of health, so that MP9 certainly paid the bills for him. Oh, wow. That's a risk.
It almost paid off. He got the timing right onto OK. Unfortunately, just couldn't confirm the frag.
Things slow down. Wawa waiting to see what options they have. They have a prong all the way outside B tunnel, so that's something where they have leverage as well. Sultan has showed himself already, so they know that there's at least one defender potentially waiting on A long. And although the smoke has impeded their progression, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to back off from this. 35 seconds, options now limited. They do need to make a commitment soon, and Sultan's responsibility is to trim the hedges before this fight starts. HF around the corner, burden on the upper shoulders, there with the hairline shot again, and he just won't let them come forward. Missed shot, but time bought for reinforcement. Sidearm comes out, can't find anything. But enough time's been bought that Soulmate and Pokemon are already in position, Joseph. There's 1, there's 2, and Legion have decimated them with the disadvantage.
HF single-handedly putting that round on his shoulders and making it work so good. He just held the whole squad of Wawa back long enough for Pokemon and Soulmate to arrive on the site. So for when HF dies, they can make up for it. That second shot was amazing. Pokemon and Soulmate cleaning house, and Legion holding on to the lead here.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that HF misses everything after that doesn't even really matter because he's playing for bonus points.
Yeah.
The heavy lifting's been done. It was on the onus was on Pokemon and Soulmate to clean up the rest. And speaking of cleanup, the money's not looking too tidy for Wawa either. Couple pistols. You can see that OK is being very conservative with his purchases because that AWP needs to be brought into play soon. But I want to see if Wawa can make this a bit of a swing round.
They do have 3 rifles online, but it certainly isn't going to be easy. Sultan holding down A long alongside HF.
Okay, for a second there I thought a CT might have crept through, and then I read the name tag. Okay. Creeping through middle.
This is going to fall onto Pokemon.
Wawa's taking a lot of time. This will leave them with very limited options. But there's not much utility on Legion either.
They're walking up short. Pokemon and tries to investigate, but that costs him his life. Bullet gets the first one, but immediately backs off now to rejoin his team onto the site as Wawa have made it their way on. And the C4 should be planted with ease here. 3 rifles only to work with, and they have somehow made it work so far, but now it falls onto Legion's 4 to try and defend this.
I'm not even sure if it's a good idea to try this. This is a bomb site with the bomb already halfway ticked through by the time they get there. But it looks like they want to take the firepower right to their doorstep. right in. Sultan finds the first member. No, it's Bloody and Soulmate. One by one, they're falling like dominoes. How is Wawa not winning any duels at all? Zappa True, 1v4, nothing he could do.
Oh God, Pokemon, he's feeling the hype right now. He's so totally got out of the
Of course he does, right? He's defied the commentator there. He quite literally steps up after that. But more importantly, before that, it's Bloody to kick off the action. It's Soulmate to be that second man in charge. And I've never seen a retake as clean as this. Of course you've got to get up and hype your teammates after that one.
Yeah, and it looked so risky. As you said, it was questionable that they went for that even to begin with. But to make it look so clean, Legion, they're just on another level. Financial issues continue to sustain for Wawa.
I'm really worried that this is going to snowball out of control for Wawa, because I'd like to remind the audience that this is in fact Wawa's map pick. And Legion, when they step into Inferno, I expect them to unleash hell. At the outset, I honestly came into this game thinking that Wawa's best chances would be to win just to delay it to Nuke and then worry about the issue. Because winning Inferno outright feels like a bit of an impossibility. Look at this, though. Wawa's getting a lot of work done. Just a couple of pistols and some elbow grease. But they still have to get past the Goliath that is Soulmate. Fumbles his lines. B-side access gained. And although a 4v5 was good, a 2v4, a bit much to ask for.
Ooh.
What? That could be the opening they needed.
Executor and Smutsa, both of them tagged up pretty quite a lot here. Okay, does find a nice headshot onto HF, and that might just shut down the attempt to go for a retake here, as Sultan's the last one alive, and he's likely hoping to save that M4. So Wawa, they do not allow Legion to snowball that momentum and shut them down right from the get-go and secure their fourth. They're going for a bit of a hunt here. They don't want Sultan to have that M4 heading into the next one.
I mean, I don't think the hunt's the idea, right?
Yeah.
It's the fact that the bomb radius is so much worse now. They have to get as far as possible. I think they lost a player there. I'm not sure if I caught that in the HUD right, but even as they were running away, they didn't have enough HP to just tank it while standing outside mid. But yeah, that kill from Sultan actually got really scary. That could have been an avenue that would have allowed them to come back into the round. I mean, we've already seen a 4v5 full retake with the bomb halfway ticked down, so I would not put this past Legion either.
Yeah, and OK getting that frag towards LT was the final point where the round got completely shut down, because if OK dies there, that provides Legion with another opening to try and go and hit Wawa with. Legion using up their tactical timeout here, discussing some readjustments.
What I'm really happy to see is that for the side of Wawa, their prime fragger has not been taken out of commission just because he's up against a better team this time. It's Bullets still going 11-7 and keeping them relevant in so many of these rounds. And this could be the golden goose for Wawa here. A chance to not only equalize the scoreline, but then also milk it for another one. 6 rounds could be manufactured off of this particular round.
Salvatore hoping for a kill towards Chor, unfortunately will not be granted anything whatsoever. Bullet held back by the smoke. And a common thing so far in these rounds for Wawa has been that they're very patient. Legion, they played a tad bit aggressive for a couple of rounds there to begin with, where they tried setting Bloody up for their first bloods. And now Wawa, that's just sort of permanently slowed their pace down.
Oh, Sultan's got info. He actually ends up seeing 3 players, so now you can reel the rotations in. And the pacing from Wawa's a bit staggered, so it will be tricky as Pokemon and Sultan, they're going to tag team up and decimate short. Bullet Trying to scale back up, going for one taps, can't quite connect on the head. That's buying even more time for Legion to get into position. Sultan wants to fight back with the same level of 3. Wawa's been able to turn the tides in their favor. For a moment, it looked like Legion had their number, but Soulmate might still be able to recover this. Around the corner.
Oh
what
my
is the
God!
reaction from OK? And HF will meet the same fate. The hype on the side of the boys in more green.
Bullets feeling it right here, right now. And Smutsa with a 3K in that round. And OK with a crazy shot. A nice turn
after
burn.
the first 2 kills on shore, right, when Sultan and Pokemon tag team to find 2 of those kills, I thought that round was already over. But then when OK can react like that, just capitalizing off of Soulmate fumbling his lines for a moment, I can't believe Wawa is doing what they are.
Bullet kicking this off with a good start. Finding 2 already. That's actually 3 players fallen for Legion.
The invitees that are Legion will be losing their lead soon. But more importantly, they'll be losing it inevitably. Oh, doesn't want to... Oh, okay. Doesn't get a chance to play with his food, but securing the round, not letting go of the AK, kind of important.
And Smutsa sending over some love across the stage as well. This is starting to get spicy, and I absolutely love it.
One of my fears coming into this broadcast was that there was a small chance that Legion would be so much more prepared than anyone in Pakistan would be ready for, just because of the brand name of the players they've got on their team. But I'm very happy to see that Wawa's resistance here on Dust 2, the resilience to topple Legion here in the first half so far, has been great. Not only that, this isn't even Wawa's preferred side. They're playing the T side now, considering that it was their own map pick. It was Legion that got to decide that they'll start on CT.
Bloody takes Executor out of the equation. As Wawa once again set up at short to try and pull this round into their favor as well. Pokemon will be the first line of defense here. However, Wawa decide otherwise.
Bit of a slowdown. Is the calm before the storm. All players lined up together. Pressure about to come through on the 2 members that await. Legion cheating the rotations as they start coming in. Soulmate loses his life. Bloody, how long can you hold on? That's one headshot. Reinforcements are coming through, but Pokemon's only good for 1. Saboteur's doing more damage. And it's Sultan, even with the hasty rotations, he's been left in a 1-on-2. Can he find both to get the last round recovered? No, he cannot. And it's Team Wawa that will outsmart, outplay Legion
Bullet
on
is
the first half.
absolutely loving this right now. That round was a little close for comfort. Soulmate almost lined 2 of them up right there, and if he finds that headshot, that could have turned real dangerous real quickly for Wawa. However, they come out on top. Innsmouth is starting to show up big time here for his team.
Yeah, I think if Soulmate starts just spraying wildly through the smoke, the most likely outcome of that is that they just start falling like dominoes. But that doesn't end up happening. Now Wawa have quite the margin to work with. Second pistol round of the day. Legion looking to recover soon. Don't want to let this get too far. And Smudge J tucked in the corner. Can't get more than 1. But backup is ready on short. 1-for-1 trades are not bad at all. No parties too upset about it yet. But bullet's quite low, so a slight advantage for Legion. Whatever bomb site they go to, they're going to have to run into one of the players that's a little unhealthier than the other. Short push readied up. Legion's Wawa's executive decision to try and cheat the rotations over towards mid and B. does leave a gaping hole that Legion can exploit. Oh wow, look at this, Yazid.
Oh, Sultan. He's isolated, picked off with ease. Soulmate not going to be able to do anything for the time being as Wawa continue to eliminate Legion. Pokemon, last man standing.
Oh wow, no! What are you doing, Pokemon? That's such a big miss. I mean, I know it's hard to do anything beyond that, right? But
that's the
even
easiest
give
pick you
himself
can
a chance.
get. Oh, that's sad to see, but Wawa now they're really starting to feel themselves. You can see them getting hyped. You can see them talking to Legion across the stage as well.
Yeah, for Pokemon, I think we'll get to see it in the replay. Yeah, we did against Executor. It's very clear that his palms are getting sweaty. But unfortunately for Saad, as the only player from Lahore here, Mom Spaghetti is going to be a long way away.
Bloody and Soulmate needing the charge outside of block doors. Bullet shuts one down immediately. Executor to follow up and Pokemon falls. There is a trade. However, it's come down to a 3 versus 3. Legion making it somewhat possible. Wawa now going on a hunt here as they look to investigate mid, while Legion are now starting to go for a setup towards the A site. And Smutse should spot that smoke out and hence will ask Executor to remain close by. But Legion, they're feeling the pressure. Two of their players are extremely weakened up already, so they're hoping that Wawa presents them with an opportunity that they can capitalize upon, but that's just not going to happen. Wawa playing this extremely safely and well.
Yeah, they might be able to get a head start as well. This Molotov is going to impede any progression into the site. Will be a little while longer. The retake on the pistol was quite good. Can they double that effort up? Can they bring out more of that? HF in between 3 fights doesn't get anything. Bloody big performer yesterday, but no more. As Sultan, the newest face on the side of Legion, has to back away, tuck your tail, and wait to see greener pastures, because you're not getting anything off of this round.
Sultan once again forced to go for a save here. Fortunately, he's been very silent today, and he was one of the key players yesterday for the side of Legion. He was finding 2Ks in very crucial moments time and time again. Soulmate, he's been not as omnipresent as he was yesterday as well. Bloody, he had a great start. He was finding those first bloods that we were talking about earlier on, but now he's nowhere to be seen either. It seems like Legion now, they're really starting to feel the pressure as well.
How far can Wawa take this? I'm a bit in disbelief that we're seeing Soulmate be as deactivated as he is. It is the IGL, the most decorated player on the side of Legion, that is in fact living up to his brand name. Smoke over towards mid. That's not where the final commitment is going to be, though. They'll try and rally all the troops towards B tunnels. Just try and give it an honest crack with all the players collected.
Pokemon trying to find some space here. Does get the timing right. Unfortunately, not the aim. He misses his shots. Walks away with his life, but Soulmate finds an MTV site, trying to capitalize upon that. The smoke out towards doors. Executor forced to back away while the rest of his squad trying to catch up with him. But the C4 should get planted with ease here for the side of Legion.
Definitely a round that I didn't think they had any stake in, but with the lack of armor, it'll be incredibly difficult to hold on to this. They are going for a pretty two-pronged approach. Bring both of those players in. Pokemon gonna be hard to find. Fumbles his shots though, and with Soulmate dead as well, it's just a matter of
Oh
time.
my God.
Bloody! What are you doing? 2v2. This could actually be saved here. And Smudge J is gonna start getting panicky, and I can't believe they've done it.
Bloody, the clutch factor for the side of Legion shuts both of the players down towards doors and gives them a fighting chance, which Legion do not let go whatsoever. A great way to put
dude,
themselves
look
back
at
on the
that.
map.
And that's who we were worried about, right? We talked about how Bloody doesn't have a whole lot of LAN experience, but he's been really stepping up in some of the stuff that matters.
Oh, the smile back on Soulmate's face. Love to see that in such a situation.
Yeah, if anyone in the audience thought that this game was a foregone conclusion, well, think again. Because with a round like that, that particular wrench in the works can knock anyone off of their high horse. And I don't care how many pages you've printed out, you can't schedule a round like that from Bloody.
You absolutely cannot. And the rounds they did schedule where Bloody was supposed to get those initial frags. Unfortunately, those exactly haven't been working out. However, now Legion at an advantageous position after quite a while, where they're going to be the ones with the rifles, while Wawa just are going to have to work with pistols in their hands. HF alongside two of his teammates trying to set up this anti-mid push. Here Pokemon finds 3. HF to follow up. That's going to leave only one behind. A smooth sailing round here for the side of Legion.
And I think that is exactly what Pokemon needed around him. When the ship is starting to sink, and when the captain is trying to get all hands on deck, out of the corner of your eye, you see Bloody with a bucket trying to take all of that water out. Someone trying to plug the hole in their boat. Just one more pair of hands is all it takes to restore confidence.
Legion slowed down, not too proactive for the time being. Smokes out towards CD spawn. And that's going to force the player towards mid from the side of Wawa into the B side here. Two sides
this round could be make or break for either team's progression. Wawa could get over it and treat it like a speed bump. Legion could use it like one of those little speed boosts that you get in Mario Kart. Propel yourself all the way to the finish line. But things are about to get spicy here on long. Tap it through. Gotta hold on to your aim. Only good for one. And that suddenly opens up access to the A-bomb site. Bloody coming in from short as well. Certainly makes things harder. And OK still has some time to mitigate the damage. As they're starting to cross over, if he can find a kill or two, that would make things a lot easier. But I don't think that opportunity will be afforded to him anytime soon.
Bloody spots 2 and misses his initial shots. He does not want to take that fight. He knows it's a disadvantage for him. Finds one isolated, gets the frag Pokemon, and so might follow up. An easy round for Legion to close out.
You can now see the corners of Pokemon's mouth be perked up a bit again. The resilience that Legion has been able to offer on Dustu after starting to lose control has been off the charts. You know, this is where those notes start to help. This is where having a bit more of a rehearsal can make sure that things are still in order when the comms are getting chaotic. If you've got a game plan, then you can tune everything out and try and execute it.
Pokemon
that
first
things are
blood.
getting desperate.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a lot to work with in this round, so they're just going to try and find any frags that they possibly can. Sultan, easy 3k for him. That's going to leave Insmutsa last alive, 5 HP to work with. Bloody cleans house. And Legion, they tie up the score line. The second half was not looking too good for them, but now they've made their comeback into this map.
I mean, if I had to take a guess now, right, I would argue that Legion are in a way better position than Wawa are in. The confidence must be through the roof. You can finally see the troops rallying. And one of the things I was worried about for Wawa is that they would have to end the game fast, because in a game of longevity, I feel like the more time you let Legion have to be able to cook things, the better they're going to get. Because at some point, HF is going to step up, right? At some point, Soulmate, the man who was going 22-6 yesterday, he's going to become a part of the conversation. And I don't even want to talk about Inferno yet.
Yeah, there's a bit before we head on over there. But Wawa, they really do need this victory. Wawa, if they lose this, this is going to put them in such a rough spot. They don't have any finances whatsoever to back them up later either.
Things are going to slow down, and the slow cook style from Legion is keeping Wawa guessing. The issue is that most of the time Wawa ends up expending all of their utility, and I mean, sometimes they don't even have the finances to have it in the first place. 40 seconds, utility goes through, Sabbath Crew just has to hold down the line, but Pokemon and Sultan able to win out their individual duels, and that is Team Wawa locked out of the game again.
Yeah, Wawa sort of went for a gamble here. They left nobody to watch mid. The smoke towards the CT spawn cut off the entire A side players for the side of Wawa. That allowed Pokemon to go for a pinch onto the B side. So whoever was there to defend from the side of Wawa, the B side was entirely Legions to begin with at that fight. Three more rounds now. All Legion need to claim Wawa's map pick here.
Yeah, I fear that Wawa don't quite have the cojones that Legion did to go for crazy retakes. And in all fairness to them, they also don't have the margin of error remaining in those rounds. So you got to make sure those weapons are in order, because if they aren't, you're forking over an 11th round without having a chance to fight back. So it's the best decision they can make there, but Legion are definitely starting to get ahead.
Yeah, and as you said, it's a much more difficult spot for Wawa to make a comeback in as it was for Legion when Wawa was up, because now the margin of error is just so slim. You can only concede 2 more rounds, and that's going to be map point secured. And in such a state as well. It's the grand finals, map number 1. You're losing your own map pick. That's you realistically cannot afford to do that if you're Wawa.
Yeah, if you lose your own map pick here, you're sent packing into Inferno, which is going to be so much more rehearsed from Legion. And that's the type of map that really hinges on having those super elaborate timings, having the best rotations, things like that. And with how rehearsed Legion have also looked on things like retakes, I think they'll be a lot less dissuaded by the B-bomb strike than Wawa. Oh, that's the big miss. And as the dust settles, it is Legion that comes out on top in the duels. Sabatru, big play to find here. Utility's coming his way. For the longest time, he's not going to expose himself. Peeks out with a flashbang. Headshot found. Can he do anything more? Now they're starting to circle around him, and one of the piranhas will finally nip. It's Bullet, 1v3. The captain of the ship will fall. What do Wawa have left in the tank?
I'll tell you what they don't have. They don't have Bloody, a 3K from him coming out in that round. And he has been the key factor that has turned things around for Legion on this map. He was the one that made their comeback happen with that 2K with the Deagle. And he is the one who's still getting the most frags out of Legion right now. And now they just need 2 more. A tactical timeout called in from the side of Wawa, as now they get extremely desperate. They have no margin of error whatsoever. They have no margin of error left, actually. 1 more round loss, and then you're going to have to fight for OT. Wawa still talking things through. This timeout is going to be of crucial importance to them. If they can find value out of this. Power comes up.
I'm not sure if the audio got that, but seems to be a lot of HF fans in the chat. In the IRL chat, of course.
All for the right reasons.
Oh my god. Beautiful. As soon as the round starts, HF, beautiful collection to find. Wawa minutes, maybe seconds away from sinking. But that kill from Executor is going to try and keep them honest.
A 4 versus 4 here. The only person to defend the A site right now is going to be sad but true, the IGL. He's tried to step up in quite a few rounds. Unfortunately, it hasn't exactly worked out so far. He's going to need assistance because Legion are going to come knocking very soon.
The slow rounds have been the trademark of Legion. But this time, Wawa's going to have a head start. Flashbang to assist that, but true, but it doesn't quite help out in Sludge. Kill with a nade, 2v2, HF will have to do some heavy lifting. It's actually a 3v2, slight advantage for Wawa. My bad on that one. But access to the A site is gained. And I want to see if Legion can immediately convert it. I like the fact that Wawa are going to take the liberty to wrap all the way around, send a couple players up short, have a prong in long. But that also allows the duel to be isolated, and Smudge might have the drop on him. Slowly starting to scale up. I can't believe they're taking as much time as they do to finally commit to the bomb. That's afforded in Smudge enough space to start moving in closer. Soulmate, that's one. They're going to have to worry about the short player in a little while. And as they start scaling up, Legion, they're refusing to show themselves. HF, beautiful collection, bullet, 2 kills, but he can't find either of them. It's a masterful comeback from Legion that has taken us all the way to map point on their opponent's map pick.
The audience is loving HF right now. And HF, he's providing them all the more reasons in every single round. A very clean finish to that one as he puts Legion on map point. And this could, to some extent, be the deciding factor of the game here as well, because Wawa, if they lose one more round, they're going to be conceding their own map pick and taking us to Inferno.
Rounds botched, advantages given up, retakes afforded. So many things that have gone wrong for Wawa to take us to this point. But it's not over yet. Only 3 rounds would give them the longevity to take it all the way back in overtime. Executor, no, you can't afford to be missing now. The Molly's going to be nipping at his feet. And quickly, Wawa running out of options. Okay, on the retake, is going to lose his life. And a 3v5 seems like a nigh impossibility. A locked bomb site. They start going forward. Bloody finds a kill. And this 2v4 surely can't happen, right? It's Smudge, all the burden on his shoulders. He's walking the plank, and soon he'll fall off. And Legion have done it. The comeback on the opponent map pick as they strike 13, and Wawa feel very lost.
Yeah, it's rare to see Soulmate stand up from his chair, and he even did that. You could tell they were feeling the pressure, and to come out of on top of that one. And honestly, you have to give credit where it's due. Bloody, he sort of carried them through those couple of rounds where his team needed him the most, and he was that turning point which Legion needed to mount a comeback from that 9-5 scoreline.
I'm at a loss for words. Like, there's so many things that went right for Legion. There's so many things that went wrong for Wawa to get us to this point. And honestly, I would love to know what is going on the side of Team Legion. We've been hearing all the crowd chants the whole way through. There's a good reason for that. HF is definitely a crowd favorite. And I think we're going to get to hear from the man himself as Fariha is going to take the mic. Over to you.
Congratulations, the support is insane in the crowd. कैसा लग रहा है आपको HF?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और बहुत सारे वही मेरे दोस्त आए हैं वापस से तभी मेरा नाम ले रहे हो बार बार और मैच थोड़ा चला गया था हाथ से पर फिर टीम वाले आ गए मेरे बचाने
अच्छा, कल जो है पोकेमॉन ने कहा था कि हमने इतने मैप्स देने का डिसाइड नहीं किया था, मतलब एक पर्टिकुलर माइंड में होता है कि इतने ही मैप्स, इतने ही राउंड्स देने हैं, तो आज थोड़ा सा हो गया था, मसला हो गया था, तो लगा था दिमाग में, एक्सपेक्ट किया था कि मैच यहाँ तक आ जाएगा?
जी बिल्कुल लगा था। सामने वाली जो टीम है वो भी बहुत अच्छी है और हम दोनों बराबर हैं एक तरह से, तभी इतना टफ मैच हो रहा है और अब कोशिश करेंगे दूसरा भी जीत जाए।
अच्छा, जब चीज़ें थोड़ी सी ख़राब हो गई थी बीच में, तो कौन सी ऐसी कॉल थी जो कि आई सॉ दैट पोकेमॉन हैज़ अ स्ट्रैट बुक, तो कौन सी कॉल थी दैट टर्न थिंग्स अराउंड, चीज़ें वापस हाथ में आई थी?
कॉल तो मुझे अभी याद नहीं आ रही, लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि कोई टिल्ट नहीं हुआ, सब चलते हैं एंड तक के, सबको पता था रिकवर कर सकते हैं या कर लेंगे जो भी, तो बस फिर ऐसे।
यू प्लेड एक्सट्रीमली वेल, नेक्स्ट मैप के लिए क्या प्लान है?
नेक्स्ट मैप जो है मुझे वैसे बहुत बुरा लगता है, लेकिन हमने बहुत अच्छी उसकी तैयारी की हुई है, तो हम अच्छा खेलेंगे।
गुड लक HF.
I'm really glad that we get so much insight. And you know, there's a big contrast now from what we saw yesterday, right? Like both teams were willing to dish out the BM and say, oh, we're going to win 13-5, we're going to win 13-4. But there was a level of respect that Legion have for Wawa that honestly, I thought they would try and hide.
Yeah, I mean, but it is well earned as well, given the fight that they put up on Dust2 just now. It was absolutely fantastic. And had it not been for those couple of rounds going drastically wrong for Wawa, who knows how this game could have practically ended. However, it was Legion that came out on top, and I personally am loving listening to HF talk in these interviews now.
Yeah, I mean, it's from the heart, right? And we get to see the head-to-head. Honestly, not a huge difference in between Pokemon and Smudge. So the ceiling for both of the teams was actually quite similar, right? But time and time again, we saw that it was the players that were bailing them out that made all the difference. Like, it was Bloody stepping up, it was HF stepping up. There was so many more moving parts. Once that momentum started to kick in for Legion, it felt like it was all going to be over, right? I think you really have to pat Pokemon on the back because it's not just the fact that he was able to rally the troops with his reads or his calls. He was also doing so much work just in terms of the pure firepower. Like, he ends up on top of the scoreboard. That's not his job. Like, he's supposed to be, what's that one rat in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I don't remember his name. It's been way too long, honestly. But we do have one more game coming up. The grand finals is not done. However, before we head on to Inferno, we will be taking a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more CS2 action.
Welcome back, everybody. It was quite the show on map number 1, and definitely back and forth. Till the end, we could not figure out who was going to win, but Legion, they were able to persevere. Jazib, I want to hear your thoughts.
Oh, I have way too many, but very few words to speak about that game because it was absolutely phenomenal what came out of both of those two teams. Wawa, they showed their resilience. They had a decent start winning those pistol rounds in both of those halves, but Legion, they immediately shut that momentum down. They gathered a few rounds, but Legion's ability to shut that down, and sad but true, I really loved the fact that he was able to gather his troops after going down by like 4 to 5 consecutive rounds and to be able to put up such a great lead. But bloody, he was bloody good in that game, being the key factor why Legion made their comeback into that map and taking Dust 2 away from Wawa.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with some of the people in the crowd as well, some ex-pro players, and I think the consensus there was if that round doesn't happen, Wawa can persevere and they probably take us all the way to map 2 with their heads held high. But you know what? I don't want to count them out of Inferno either. I know that the general consensus, even between us, has been that Inferno should be a pretty one-sided affair for Legion, but they have actually shown enough weaknesses now, and Wawa have shown so much resolve, especially towards the start of that game, where I think that this could still go either way.
It realistically could. I mean, truthfully speaking, people did think that Legion are gonna have not exactly a much easier time, but still they would have been somewhat comfortable. But there were moments where we could tell that Soulmate was feeling the pressure, where Pokemon was feeling the pressure. Sultan was absolutely absent from that map because he was probably under the nerves in that game. There were practically nearly no moments that unfortunately he had, although he had such a great performance yesterday. He was extremely consistent, however not present whatsoever. So yeah, you cannot count Wawa out just yet. They're in the grand finals for a reason, and they surely do hold the ability to upset map 2.
And I want to talk about some of the win conditions that were present for Legion there, right? And as much as we want to talk about the stuff that went wrong for Wawa, I think one of the biggest signs of weakness for the side of Legion was that the ceiling of their firepower was being approached by Pokemon.
Yeah.
That's not his job, right? He looks around himself. He's got so much talent that he can rely on. Yesterday, the man of the hour was Soulmate. He ended up getting, what, 22 kills, 6 deaths. I think it's a stat we've already run to the ground at this point. But the reason we've done that is because he was an incredibly heavy hitter. Today, on map 1, he was kind of absent. He was sitting on 6 kills for the longest time. And frankly, I wasn't even paying too much attention to the scoreboard because he was not the captain of the ship there. And he was not really one of the big pieces that you would expect him to be.
Yeah, and that was something that was better for the side of Wawa. Sad but true, he didn't exactly have a great performance individually, but the rest of his team, Bullet was showing up still, and if he can keep that performance up, Inferno could get dangerous. We did not see Executor quite perform the way we expect him to, so if he can come into map number 2 and show his prowess as he should, then there is a better chance that that Wawa can take Inferno. Soulmate, though, he really does need to make a big comeback along with Sultan. Sure, Soulmate, he is the more experienced player. It should be theoretically a tad bit more easier for him to be able to do so, especially on a map that they're so much more comfortable on. But Sultan is also one of the key players that I want to keep pointing out because he was getting those 2 to 3 Ks and he was extremely consistent with it. The rounds went yesterday with the in a chronological order. It was Bloody getting the first bloods, then it was Sultan following him somehow with a couple of frags, and then Pokemon and Soulmate to finish things off generally, or HF and for that matter to clutch up sometimes. So Sultan not being present in those mid rounds could start to hurt them a lot.
Yeah, perhaps, and there's stuff on both teams that can actually break down, and I think most of the conversation you and I had was about the stuff that could go right. Like we were looking at the win conditions, silver linings, this player can pop off, that player can pop off. But honestly, now I'm more excited and more interested in the things that can break down. So Jazib, I'm going to kick things off here. I think that Pokemon cannot be the rock that they rely on to force them through a map. Like he got the job done in a very difficult game, sure, but doing it again, he shouldn't be given that responsibility.
Yeah, he should not, and it's not going to be. You cannot rely on just one player, regardless of how good or how experienced he is, to be able to get you through the finish line and close out a game. He needed the assistance of Bloody to be able to do so in this game. He's certainly going to need somebody else, at least one or two more players to show up to be able to do so on Inferno. Regardless of the fact that this is their own map pick, they're still facing off one of the best teams that Pakistan has to offer. It's going to be Wawa who they're facing off against, and Wawa, Bullet was still having a great game in Smutse. He was showing up. He had quite a few clutch moments in there as well. So if those players keep that consistency going, if Executor can show up, then Legion, they might be in trouble.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again that Wawa is able to put the heat onto Legion. And frankly speaking, if Wawa were a little bit more practiced in the past 3 months as Legion have, I think they would have taken that game any day of the week. This was very clearly not Wawa's best form that we've seen to date. And I think if they were in the type of form that we've seen them when they're playing on the international stage, when they're representing Pakistan, Legion would have had a much more difficult time. I think the general consensus from the community still, like just based off of Wawa having had so much experience together, when you're not taking a look behind the curtain and knowing that Legion are a little bit more practiced as of late, Wawa would still be given the edge by most people in the consensus, but Legion have proven that, at least in terms of recent form, they're looking a lot better. And the one caveat that I do want to tell the viewers is that the first map wasn't Legion's map pick. They look so much more potent, and I know the bar has been so far has just been Guardian 5, right?
Yeah.
But they look so much more rehearsed, well-oiled on Inferno, that I think that could get really tricky for Wawa.
Yeah, even though the scoreline ended up being quite literally the same yesterday on both maps for Legion against Guardian 5, it just seemed so much more comfortable for Legion in those mid rounds. Even when things got a little bit tough, it seemed like that they knew exactly what to do. They were minimizing their casualties. They were making sure that they can minimize the risk as well, and they were able to do that in a much more cleaner way on Inferno than they did on Mirage.
Yeah, I do expect Legion's own map pick to be a lot better. Like, there's no denying the fact that they showed so much more cohesion there. And I think it's also been long enough now, and the fact that they can get their nerves out of the way with a particularly difficult comeback on Dust 2, now they just have to dial it in on their own map when they've gotten the time to get their emotions under control. Pokemon's gotten the chance to rally the troop. The hype is now in their favor. Wawa are playing with the pressure of being up against the wall and not having any margin of error. It kind of feels like it is teed up to be the Legion victory, but I don't know.
Yeah, everything's going right for Legion right now. So the main thing that I'm currently going to be looking for is going to be the pistol round, actually, because sure, it is Inferno is Legion's map pick. However, on Dust 2, both of the pistol rounds ended up going the way of Wawa. So if Wawa can convert and on the pistol round, get off to a strong start and not just falter after winning the first two, I think that is going to be extremely crucial for them to be able to win this one out. If they have a slow start, even if they win the pistol round, they falter on round 3, I think Legion just snowballs after that.
Yeah, you're right. And I think the one ace that Legion have had up their sleeve that Wawa has not had is the fact that they've been able to bring back rounds, right? Legion have consistently given themselves an outlet back into the game by winning rounds that aren't supposed to be there. We saw 4v5 retake that had all 4 players alive, right? We saw the Deagle round from Bloody. And I know it doesn't seem like much, but when you're already playing MR12 and the margin is very limited, the scoreline ended up being only 13-9, right? Those 2 rounds can mean a world of difference. The economy can collapse off of that basis. You can snowball rounds off of it. If you avoid losing your confidence in some of those rounds, I think it can also just generally perpetuate you into a better rest of the game. That being said, though, Inferno's still on the table. Both teams, they can have a piece of that cake, but Pokemon and company are going to have a much easier time slicing it.
Yeah, we can throw around hypotheticals all day long, but it's the only thing that's going to matter is how this map itself plays out. I've gotten to call the players already, so we should be heading into the game at any given moment now. So we shall find out whether or not Wawa can push us onto a map number 3, and if we will finally get to see Nuke on this broadcast, or if Legion's going to end the tournament with all 3 O's. For us.
Yeah, it kind of feels a bit cruel, right? That a team can just end a broadcast an hour early. So Yeah, it kind of feels like Legion is teed up for it, but it is time now to hop into the server. It's going to be Wawa up against Legion, potentially the last map, unless Wawa can do something about it. The odds are stacked in their favor. I think the crowd sentiment that's behind us is also stacked against their favor. We've been hearing the chants for Bloody, we've been hearing the chants for HF, and I think it is time for Wawa to try and defy the odds.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see whether or not they can do so. And I mean, with everything going right for Legion, the pressure is all on Wawa right now. Legion, sure, they had a lot of expectations coming out from them, but they've had no troubles whatsoever living up to those expectations. And now it's Wawa with their backs against the wall with no margin of error. One more map and you're out. You will not be the champions of Control Point.
The pat on the back that Wawa are going to have is that they at least get to pick the side that they're more comfortable with. T side for Legion. Wawa on the CT. This pistol round is going to carry a lot of water.
Legion just waiting for something. Moving up Banana. So far the only person towards the side here is going to be Insmutse. He has had clutch moments where he's found multiple frags. We're going to have to wait and see if he can deliver yet again. It would have to be really massive for him to shut this down, the smoke out, so that could potentially delay this as the smoke start to flood in for the side of Legion.
None of the teams have a real commitment here. The CT stuck in between two sites, but now the teams are going to start to get activated. One-for-one trade. HF is starting to become relevant, but it's Bullet that holds off the line just enough to make it possible for Sabatru and Executor to still try and have an honest shot at it. There it is, Saad moves right in. That's the first set. He could turn this round upside down, but Bloody is going to keep him honest. Executor, next one on the chopping block. Can he line up those shots?
Oh my
I can't believe it! Wawa, what have you done?
This is the Executor that I was looking for, and what a start to map number 2 of the grand finals here. Wawa, I was ready to call it that I was anticipating them to win the pistol. However, Legion had such a great start that it was not looking likely, but Executor clutching up just when his team needed it the most. Look at that lineup, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I had to grab my water bottle after that one.
Legion certainly not going to be happy with that loss.
Yeah, I mean, one of the talking points we had is that Legion are the ones who are generally getting those swing rounds, right? But that in itself is a bit of a swing. It's a 1v2, the shots lined up, the refrag efforts there from Legion being a little sloppy. I want to see if Wawa can take a little bit more advantage of this. Okay, right around the smoke. Oh no, they're going to be funneling them right into the cold hands of the SMG and M4 combo. Okay, takes a step forward. Additional kill. Saad doing more damage. And this has paved the way for Wawa to try and recline a bit. This second round loss for Legion is going to be a tough pill to swallow as they have to sit another one out.
Bloody last alive. He doesn't have a Galil to work with, however. Having to deal with 5 players may be a tad bit too much. Sabatru, he's backed off here. Likely will be the first line of defense against Bloody. But he is extremely weak. Just 10 HP to work with. Perhaps he's on lineup, and there it is. The headshot to shut the round down. The second round on board for Wawa, and this is just the start that they were looking for. A lot is going to rely on this first half for Wawa. They are on the favorable side of the map. If they can make up a big enough lead to be able to have some margin of error to work with, a comfortable cushion rather in the second half, they can perhaps take this map.
We've seen Legion on the knife's edge before. Oh, that's juicy. Smudgy's definitely going to feel nice about that. I mean, I know it's nothing to write home about because it is against Ecos, but anything to get the engine going. All
That's
right.
not good.
That's a start.
Certainly is for Pokemon. That's his first frag. But Legion, still unlikely that they could convert something off of that. They can't retrieve that weapon. So it's still going to be pistols all across the board for Legion, as they have to fight off 4 players. No real estate in their hands. With 50 seconds left on the clock now, they're going to have to decide where they want to go. There's to deal with on either ends of the map.
Slow progression into the B-bomb site. A solitary piece of util to try and block the site. Actually, a couple of smokes, never mind. And Nuke sneaks out. Second point of contact is good enough to start cleaning up the kills, and Legion already knew that they were going to have to sit this one out. Would be wise if HF actually just went forward and died, because you don't want to die after time. This is going to be a bit more of a problem, but Wawa is able to keep these first 3 rounds relatively clean. This is where it gets tough.
It certainly does. Legion now are going to have their hands onto a proper arsenal, so Wawa having to defend against that certainly is going to be true test of their waters. However, you're not too worried about this round if you're Legion. You will manage to deal a bit of a financial damage onto Wawa here. You took away 2 of their weapons. This is where things sort of start to get real for both of these teams.
I can see him, I can hear him interacting with the people at the front of the crowd.
Oh yeah, our audience isn't very engaging.
Team Wawa, smile still on their faces. And you know, so many times this game, the entirety of this game, right? It's come down to a couple of things going right for either team. Like, the only reason we see Wawa with a 3-0 lead is because of that 1v2 swing round on the pistol that ends up working out for them. Otherwise, they start off in a deficit against the team that has picked into Inferno. So, to be able to capitalize on that, get that 3-0 start, things like that is exactly what Legion were able to leverage in the first place. So, Wawa are doing good to match their freak.
Yeah, it was Bloody who did it for Legion in the last map. This time around, it was Executor who I was looking towards to show up in this on this map for the side of Wawa to be able to win this one out, and he certainly has done so. It would have been extremely worrisome if they lost, if their first pistol loss was on against the T side on Inferno, and Legion they realistically could have walked all over Wawa afterwards. They already had the confidence, they already had the momentum built up from map number 1. So they dodged a massive bullet right there.
Bit of a technical hiccup, of course. That's why there's a bit of a hold-up. Still waiting for word from the producers to see what's going on back there.
It seems like we're having some network issues on one of the players.
Good old network issues. I love the word network issues because it could honestly mean anything. Personally, I think what could qualify as a network issue could even be one of the thousands of cats that are roaming around this arena tripping over a wire. Because that was a real concern. Like, as we were getting ready to, like, set this event up, I was backstage trying to figure out, like, things like audio and stuff like that. We actually just had a cat tangled in between a bunch of the wires. That was
I sure don't
that was a
miss the
story
cats.
of its own.
Yeah, it's been interesting nonetheless being here at the studio. It's been fun. We had cats, we have a beautiful audience now. I can't see their faces, but I'm assuming they are. At least one of them is. But it seems like the player is ready up. We have confirmation. We will be heading into the game shortly here.
You know, I was talking to everybody back there, bunch of players, bunch of the audience. And after that first map, the general sentiment about Wawa has absolutely shifted. The idea that they could win Inferno has quickly become foreign. However, after a 3-round start like that, maybe we can still talk. The onus is going to be on Legion to see how quickly they can make the recovery happen on the scoreboard. About to go live with the game now in about 5 seconds. Locked and loaded on both sides. First real gun round coming out from Legion now. As Wawa look to defend.
Wawa themselves.
Not live yet? Okay. We're not live yet.
Deception. Hopefully it shall not last too long, but Wawa themselves have a pretty decent arsenal to work with here, actually. God, perhaps.
I mean, even though we've not been informed that the game is not live, right? There's this invisible language that all FPS games have, where if you jump around in circles, you're saying you're not ready to play. You crouch, you're asking for a weapon.
Yeah.
You jump, you're asking for attention.
Especially on Inferno, if you're jumping around and missing your timings with those Molotovs, it's
Yeah, you're right.
You know within a second that it's not live on Inferno particularly.
We had a couple of hiccups yesterday as well, but thankfully they were resolved quite soon. I am hoping that that's going to be the case today as well. Grand Finals definitely been delivering so far.
Oh yeah, it's been fun.
One of my worries coming into this was obviously that there could be a chance for a one-sided affair, but Wawa have put up an incredible fight against Legion. Frankly, they should have won the first map, right?
Yeah.
Those swing rounds, those retakes, they should never have happened. But if Wawa can actually end up then winning Inferno, that's when, if I'm a Legion fan, I start to get super worried. Like, you lose your own map, you barely scrape past the opponent's map pick off of some rounds that, you know, if you're optimistic as a Wawa fan, you're counting as flukes for Legion. That's scary. That is scary on a map like Nuke.
Yeah, realistically speaking, that eco round victory doesn't, if multiverses exist, that realistically doesn't happen in a lot of them. Bloody finding that 2K, it was extremely difficult and not easy to pull off. A win in that round where you had early disadvantage, Bloody finding that 2K was a real turnaround for just not for that round, but for the whole game. And we could have been looking at a drastically different scoreline right now had that 2K not happened. Even if Bloody just finds one kill, it's still very much favorable for Wawa.
You can see the admins get a bit vocal back there. I think they're just trying to figure out something wrong with one of the PCs, I would think.
Yeah, I think he's having packet losses. Sad but true, the IGL for Team Wawa. A key component of the team, of course. And he has been a big reason for why the rest of his team has been enabled really well.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Because one of the jokes that they had amongst themselves for the longest time is that it took them years to even decide on getting an IGL. And then when they finally get an IGL, it is the newest, youngest addition to their team. It's not like they commit one of their older players to finally having a real IGL. Instead, it's Abatru who's been given that mantle, big responsibility, and I think, frankly, he's been able to shoulder it just fine.
Yeah, he's doing really well so far.
I think it certainly helps that he has pieces around him that already have so much stuff well rehearsed. Like, he doesn't have to babysit the individuals. He already has a bunch of the legacy calls that have been made for Team Wawa that he can essentially recycle, add a little bit more of his spice to it, and then the veterancy of the other players can also become active, become vocal when you're trying to dig back into the archive of strats. But then for the mid-rounding, some of the newer stuff, if you're just trying to pace yourself, that's when Saad's voice can become super active.
Yeah, Wawa themselves have been deadly for quite a while, and you bring in somebody like Saad Batru, realistically, if he can sharpen those edges, Wawa can only get more and more dangerous from that onwards. But are they going to be deadly enough to take Legion down today is the real question. So far, they've done a fairly good job on Inferno as well. Almost took away Dust 2, but we have clutch factors like Bloody. We have Pokemon on sitting across Wawa, so it's certainly not going to be easy. You can see all the players from Wawa just chilling. They're still discussing things in between. They want to make sure that they leave nothing that Legion can capitalize upon. On the side of Legion, they're still sitting pretty chill. They're smiling. They're not too pressured from the looks of it.
Just
And
to try and take a trip down memory lane, because we do have a bit of a longer hold up, right?
Yeah.
I know that Wawa aren't quite like defending champions, because Control Point is an entirely new venture. It's a new championship. It's a new tournament series. If hopefully we're going to see more and more iterations of it. But on the level of the organizer, right? Like for Vider, like they have actually won another tournament from the same organizer. They've won Karachi Reboot. So in that sense, I guess if we are stretching it to that degree, right? In the context of LANs in Pakistan, they are essentially defending their title as the best team. And for the most part, the spotlight has always been on them in the past 2.5 years, maybe even a little bit more than that, to be the bastions of Pakistani Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it only has been in recent times where Legion has come to show themselves, of course, with Pokemon leading the charge, them getting into ESL Challengers. The spotlight automatically sort of fades away from Wawa a little bit and shines upon Legion. And they've proven so far that it has been for the right reason, but Wawa now looking to take their share back in this grand finals of the first Studio LAN event happening right here in Karachi.
Yeah, one of the talking points we had is that, I mean, you've already put it right, but I think it's worth reiterating that the reason this happened is because Legion are, the players of Legion were previously only wanting to make themselves relevant on the international stage, right? And part of that is because of the lack of local competition and the lack of local possibilities. But Wawa are proving to them that you can't just get a bunch of international practice, come back and try and smurf on the players that are still participating locally. I mean, Wawa have had their own share of international practice as well, and I think it has worked out just fine. They were inches away from winning that first game, and hopefully they can take us all the way to a map 3. I mean, I know it probably sounds like I'm being a bit biased towards Wawa, but listen, as a fan of Pakistani Counter-Strike, I want to see a grand finals that goes all the way to map 3, and I'm glad we're getting to see Wawa set the stage for it. First gun round, as I mentioned, for Legion underway as the technical hiccups will subside. It's a much slower start for Legion. We've actually grown quite accustomed to this, considering the fact that that's what they were doing on the T side of Dust 2 as well. But it's a beautiful opener by OK, who's going to be uncontested on it.
A good start from Wawa here, shutting Soulmate down to begin with. Oh, good shot. Executor falls. Pokemon leading the charge from the front here as he prides the equalizer.
Fumble your words there. Pokemon given an opportunity, but OK snatches it right back. No scope attempt doesn't work out. And I think if OK can hold on to his horses there, then we might have seen a much more competitive round, but Legion have cracked into a bomb site with fewer resources. What is that smoke? Yep, keeping them on their toes. First kill found. Bullet needs to find a double. Being watched like a hawk from 2 different angles. Bomb halfway takedown, so he does need to hasten his progression there. One in the bomb site, one in the back of pit. And they're not really giving him any real opportunity. Slowly scaling up. Now to get ready for the swing. Bullet's not ready. And that is Legion's first round immediately as soon as they get their hands on weapons.
Yeah, in the beginning it seemed like Wawa, they sort of did have a decent bit of an idea about what exactly Legion were trying to go for here. And okay, he had a good start, but Sad But True's engagement against Pokemon there, it turned the tides of the whole round. If Sad But True finds even one kill there, he would have done enough for to be able to set up okay to find another frag and keep Legion at bay, and that should have been the fourth one for Wawa, but that kill alone allowed Legion to take a lot more space than they should have been able to do so. However, now moving up into round number 5, Wawa dispensing all their resources into this one.
Oh wow, it's getting real sloppy from Legion. How the hell are they losing these early duels? Getting absolutely dumpstered here on Banana. And Wawa happy to treat this as a bit of a speed bump. Right back to winning ways after having one blip on the grand scoreboard from Legion. A-side still accessible though. There's 2 players waiting. If you can find these 2 duels cleanly, then you can set up a 2v3, but it is a tall order for sure. First kill not found. Time bought. Reinforcements will come in soon. And the longer you wait, the deadlier the trap gets. HF switches over to an AK-47, but can't put it to use.
Wawa, they lose one, they retaliate right back. And they make it look good as well. Legion, they attempted to take Banana. They were met with a swift response. Bullet immediately finding the first blood. Stays around for another. Was able to get that. An Executor holding down the A side. Alongside Sad But True, the High to finish the round off there. The 5th one for Wawa. They're off to a real strong start here for us.
One of the biggest worries I had for Wawa is that they would not be able to deal with the elaborate game plan, the strat book that Legion can bring to the table. However, I think they've done a fine job. Not only are there individuals capable of holding down the line, but also their reads are fast enough for the backup to come in place when it's needed. Not that it has been needed for a very long time now.
Now we're starting to see Legion in a similar position as they were in the second half of map 1. Under pressure, looking for that one sort of hopeful play that sets them back to the game.
Slow rounds have been the bread and butter for Legion, but this one's not my choice. Don't really have much to work with, so might as well waste as much utility as you can on the side of Wawa. Then huddle up for one decisive effort towards one bomb site.
Soulmate standing across a player, just across the smoke. A minute left on the clock. Eventually Legion are going to have to decide what exactly is it that they want to do here. And they've walked into the 2 players. It's going to be Insmooth and Bullet, 2 of the strongest performing players today for the side of Wawa. We're going to hold the lines at the B side.
Right through the smoke we go. Insmooth J lets 4 cross over. It's going to be very difficult to get past the Pincer as they get ready to wrap around from Graveyard. Bullet, head on a swivel. 3 players that he needs to stop for a little while longer. Needs to wait for backup. Sidearm out. That's 1 kill. They can't deal with him soon enough, but the numbers are being whittled. 10 seconds on the clock. Someone needs to commit to the bomb soon. And it's the responsibility of HF to allow space for it, but he can't do it.
Bullet real excited after that one, and it was a beautiful hold that we saw from Insmooth and Bullet come out. They were able to hold off Legion long enough for the backup to arrive, and by the time that happened, it was already down to a 2 versus 3 for the side of Legion. A fantastic job here by Bullet to stay alive for those 5 extra seconds while the reinforcements arrived.
Been a flawless effort from Wawa so far. If you discount just one of the rounds thrown in there. And to think that Legion could have had a massive advantage if they could just put the lid on the pistol round. You've got to pat Wawa on the back for how well they've done this. Most of the rounds have felt like they've been in control. Legion pushing up the pace though. This time, Todd's going to be caught off guard. Executor, that's one kill, but can't deal with the second prong coming in from apartments. Okay, in position, off out, stuck in between two angles. Needs to deal with HF soon as well. But they have access to the A site very quickly. Swift death delivered to the side of Wawa. And this change in pacing is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Three of the players on the side of Legion were very weak, but it's not going to matter. It's going to be Soulmate that finishes things off there, I believe. And Soulmate finally coming online in a round, finding that 2K initially to kick things off, puts Legion back into the game as they find their second. Well, still should be pretty comfortable. They are going to have to make some readjustments. As you said, Legion now starting to pick up their pace. They have been really patient in this game so far. But it's time to pull out those notes, that strat book. Change things up here. Two-player White Sultan right across the door. Executor is going to be the first one to take the pick. And Sad But True follows up. That's going to be two players fallen for Legion immediately. And the little bit of spacing that they had towards Ops is immediately gone. Now Legion are going to have to put in a lot more effort to try and get the bomb down even. Well, they know they have the advantage. They're playing this extremely safe. Have absolutely no reason whatsoever to be proactive.
A-side on the agenda again. Legion doing it with limited resources once more. But they still need to fit Executor out of here. Double kill not found, but enough space has been granted that Legion could still fish this one out.
Bomb has been planted.
Op stationed up, bringing all the players in. HF, what a shot, my guy. The job's not done yet, though. Bomb close to being halfway ticked down. Both players lining up. HF doesn't have a whole lot of HP, so he needs to play the headshot angle. Both players coming in from the left-hand side. They're not ready for Pokemon, though. Who's going to whip them both out? No, it's HF to have the last laugh. And Legion, it looks like they're back in form, Jazib.
Yeah, I absolutely love that situational awareness from the side of Legion there. They recognize that HF is way too weak to be extremely useful in that fight. So HF, he's just baiting both of those players out, making sure that they're not anticipating Pokemon to be around that corner. So it's easy pickings for him. And HF is the one to still finish things off, but that made it so much more easier for them to be able to do so.
By the looks of things, we've got one of the players timed out, so hopefully we can figure that out in just a second. But, you know, even that last round ends up being a bit of a swing, right? Like, with fewer resources, they're able to crack into A, and it was rounds like this that allowed Legion to get back onto Dust 2 and take us to Inferno with a blip on their side of the grand scoreboard.
Yeah, it's the mid rounds that have been really punishing for Wawa so far. And they can come back to bite them if that sustains. Those app fights did not go the way of Legion, but they still somehow managed to come back in a 3 versus 5 situation where they have absolutely no real estate to their name in that round. They hit the side that's more populated, somehow get the C4 down and come out with the victory.
Hopefully we can get that network issue sorted in just a moment.
Wawa still sitting with a lead, although it's gotten a tad bit uncomfortable now. They're practically trading rounds at this point. Ever since Legion won their first, it's been back and forth amongst the two.
Yeah, I'm also going to point out that it might look all hunky-dory for Wawa at the moment, even if they can trade rounds, right? But as soon as the sides switch, as soon as Pokemon and company get to play on that advantageous side, things could be flipped on their head very quickly, because I don't expect Wawa's T side to be as rehearsed as Legion's. I know, frankly speaking, they themselves have been making quite a lot of mistakes. Like, I've been touting Legion as this, like, Goliath on the terrorist side, or, well, just in terms of their strat book, but Wawa have been able to go toe-to-toe, and even beyond on Inferno.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how this one pans out, because you know they had a great start, and that's sort of been consistent across the series. Actually, they've won the pistol every single time across the two maps. But if Legion are somehow able to keep the scoreline close, like even 7-5, they'd actually be pretty happy with that. And 8-4 isn't too shabby either. That pistol round, though, that's going to be of real key importance for either of them at that point. So if you're Wawa, you're not too sad about an 8-4 scoreline. You win the pistol, you can make it and a potential 10-4. So that's something you can work with.
By the looks on the players' faces, this kind of feels like a longer issue that's going to take a second to resolve. That's a...
All smiles across Legion, so
I want to hear the jokes, dude. Like, there is no way this game of CS is that funny. Give it up.
this one's got everything. We've seen some hype moments, we've seen some smack talk across the stage, we've seen smiles, we've seen some real serious faces as well. Unfortunately for Sad but true, he's seen a lot of technical issues with his computer. We have admins on stage trying to figure that out. But regardless of the technical issues that he is facing, he has been the star performer for the side of Wawa so far. Even though he is the IGL, he's practically doing what Pokemon was on the last map. He's leading the charge with 9 frags, 5 deaths.
And for a second, in that slew of rounds that we saw from Wawa, the cameras on the side of Legion started to show a couple of frowns. They looked a little bit down, but that energy has very quickly been rejuvenated after the past couple of rounds. I wasn't really keeping an eye on the money too much because I was so engrossed in the action, but I do believe Wawa are going to have to take a back seat very soon, if not already.
Yeah. I believe their finances were actually already in trouble, hence why we saw that 2 versus 2 retake being played with an SMG and a 5-7. So this round should theoretically be rather easier for Legion to take over. However, surprises in CS2 are something we're not unfamiliar with. Not on this stage at the very least. I've seen some crazy rounds to say the least. That should not have happened.
Quite difficult to get a read on the game itself as to what either of the teams are thinking, but if I had to make guesses, right, based on what we're seeing from Legion, their player cams look flooded with smiles, very vocal as well. I think the vibes on their side are a little bit better, and I think part of that is because they have that margin of error. Inferno is not a be-all, end-all thing. Losing this would just mean that they have to fork over a map and head on over to Nuke, but for Wawa, this is it. The grand finals could end right here if Inferno doesn't go their way.
Yeah, they really need those last 4 rounds to go their way, at least the majority of it. Otherwise, a scoreline that's even somewhat close is not going to be favorable for them in the long run. The CT side was absolutely dominant. We didn't get to see too much of it yesterday, but still, Legion's Inferno across the board, from what we've seen, has been really solid. Wawa, they are putting it to the test today, and they've done a good job. Although we're finally starting to see some cracks, but it's still manageable to say the least.
By the puzzle looks on the admin's faces, I'm guessing the issue still hasn't been resolved. And 2 people on a phone call is kind of worrying.
Yeah, we have to outsource support.
What am I watching in
There's
the
some
crowd?
counter-striking going on in the audience. The players on the side of WoW are still discussing things. Perhaps anti-starting how they want to play this eco round out. I believe we saw quite a few gambles from the side of WoW whenever they were on eco yesterday. So something like that could potentially work out. Depends on how fate pans out for them.
Okay, by the postures, yeah, by the postures, I suspect that they're about to get ready.
Hopefully soon. But
Hey there,
yeah.
guys.
Hello.
We've been at this for
Been
a while.
Been a while.
Do we have anything to show the audience?
I wonder.
Do
I
you want to
wonder.
dip below the desk and fetch that for me?
Almost strip.
I
there,
mean,
but
this is hang on.
okay, we'll
we've
build it up.
gotta-
We'll build it up.
as the newfangled kids would call it, we need to edge the reveal. Maybe that wasn't the right
Oh
way
God,
of putting
you,
it.
you really need to get off your phone.
Yeah, the doom scrolling not doing me any favors. But other than the trophy, other than the 500,000 rupees, there's another thing to play for here, isn't there?
yeah. Let's.
For the player, for the MVP of the winning team,
Are we allowed to hold
we
it?
have. You wanna go do a little? Okay, we're terrible
the
at sound
Lion
effects.
King theme song would fit so well here, but this right here is what the MVP
kinda-
of the tournament will receive.
Yeah, it's kind of weighty, right?
Yeah.
Best MVP of the tournament. I think. Okay, I didn't officially receive word until like the last 2 hours, but I think this extends to the MVP even if he's not on the winning team. But we'll see. I think it's based off of rating. That's it. That's the only real reveal we had for you guys.
Yeah.
Anything that Jazib can reveal will probably be incredibly inappropriate for a broadcast.
Yeah,
and,
let's not do that. I'm partially the reason why doom scrolling is bad. I'm the one that puts up that content.
Okay, well, before this
Oh.
gets bad, before Jazib is taken off the broadcast, we do have the game ready.
Hey, it would have been worse for you.
Not gonna lie, that was a very neat time to be showing the MVP trophy.
The economical situation for Wawa not being better, so Legion set up for success by default. They've not gone for a gamble here, rather it's going to be Bullet alongside in Mutsa once again. Try and hold the line here. Unfortunately, Bullet falters. That's going to leave only one behind for Wawa. Standing amidst the smoke. Not going to be able to find anything, but the timing on Soulmate. No, don't do it. He died Soulmate! And that's going to be an AK picked up for him.
Unbelievable. I mean, if you want to get some confidence back, right? That's one way to do it. An AK to top that off as well. The effort here is from Wawa to try and waste as much weapons as they can. Bloody, first point of contact, that's one kill. They're going to keep moving in, but Pokemon can make sure that that mess will be clean. Gets a little bit of vengeance for his fallen comrade, and Legion are within punching distance. And
Soulmate's just smiling. He just you can't do anything. You just have to take that there. But Inchwoods are giving his team a slight bit of hope. Unfortunately, for them, it fell immediately as and HF peeked out. This is starting to look worse and worse for Wawa as time rates the scoreline for them.
oh, look at this from Pokemon, able to sneak in through the smoke. OK's not ready. And even though the refrag is there, that's a big opening for Legion to be finding. Sapatu, however, make sure that that tightrope is going to get ever thinner for Legion, especially with Bloody only on 25 points of health. It's a lot of work that Legion are going to have to do to be able to claw back into this particular round. But they've not shied away from difficult uphill endeavors before. We've seen the 2vx's, we've seen the clutches, the swing rounds. Wawa have had some of their own right here on Inferno. But the nad's on Legion to keep going for it. You gotta respect that. Works out for them often as well, but this time they're up against a pretty heavily defended bomb site. Gonna be a problem if they can isolate the kills. There it is. Players waiting. Sabatru already has done so much heavy lifting, but can he survive the bullets of Soulmate, who's ready? 2 more kills to find if he wants to make it doable. Swings out of the smoke, and they're already waiting for him.
A nice little attempt from Soulmate there to try and clutch that round up. He wanted the revenge for what happened in the last round. However, Wawa is going to deny that, and they hold on to their lead, at least for the time being. After the 6th one put up on board, with 2 more rounds left to go. These two actually can be extremely decisive for either of these teams. Wawa, if they can win that, it puts them in a good spot for success here. If they can convert the pistol afterwards, they would be in a prime position to just close the game out. However, even 1 more round here for Legion puts them in a really good spot as we head on to the CT side of Inferno for Legion shortly after. The win condition looking much better for Legion at the moment, actually.
Yeah, frankly, I thought their money would be a lot worse, but glad to see they can still be back up on their horse. Now, issue is, if they can't win this round, then it could become a lot dicier all of a sudden. 8 rounds could be guaranteed for Wawa if they can put a lid on things. And I want to see how Legion play this. Split apart the map. Bomb still all the way back. Just poking and prodding on the extremities. You've got 2 players on Banana. A couple poking around middle. And they're essentially waiting for these 1v1s to be offered up. Just wait for that early utility to expire. The slowest default that we've seen Legion go for this far, because usually they at least like creeping up middle or getting up close in Banana. At least one of those conditions has been fulfilled.
Sultan, he's not found much success in apartments earlier. He's gonna test his fate again. While the rest of his squad still holding on to Banana. And Wawa gonna send some extra reinforcements over to the B site. As they start to feel the pressure, they anticipate Legion's presence. 30 seconds left on the clock. As the smoke starts to pan out, Bloody is going to be the first point of contact from Executor. He's going to try and hold on. He gets smoked off. Pokemon finds first blood. Executor does get the trade, but gets immediately shut down by HF.
Sultan's already in position, but I can't believe he's been out-peaked there. Sabatru doing so much of the hard work here for Wawa. 14 and 6. And he's got 2 more teammates in his back pocket to help make this retake happen. 3 on 3. Legion need this desperately. to give themselves a margin of error in that second half. Here it comes. Let's see the Yuko in. They're going to try and move right in. 1-for-1 again. Bloody starts to stop them. The clothesline works. Okay, just can't find Bloody though. And my, oh my, another beautiful couple of collections from Bloody.
And Bloody is playing so good, even Soulmate can't believe it. He had his hands wrapped around his head. Bloody has been absolutely lights out in this finals. The stats may not be the best on the scoreboard, but it's the impact that he's having in these rounds that set Legion up for success in the long term. And that's going to be the 5th round for Legion here as we head into the final fight of the map of the first half.
That was a crucial round for Wawa to be able to put them some distance between themselves and Legion as we head into the second half. But that opportunity might have been squandered. Shot from Soulmate. Sultan to follow suit. A side open. 2 players with measly MP9s. Can't put all that faith into him. 2 players spotted by Executor. And he quickly tries to go for the wraparound to get ahead on the A side, but that space won't be granted. Soulmate's trying to farm style points, and it's Legion, even against all odds, with a 5-1 start from Wawa. We get to see an even scoreline, and things are not getting any easier, Josip.
Yeah, even considering the start that Legion had, they just pulled out a straight up Uno reverse. They're like, we're going to concede 1 and win 5 straight on and tie up the score line, and that's going to put them in such a great spot here. Legion, Wawa, if they want to have any shot of winning this round out, they need to start with the pistol here. They have been flawless with that so far. However, if they lose this, then I'm afraid Legion are practically going to just run away with this.
And I want to see how this first round is going to pan out, because you're right. So many of these rounds have come down to the wire, but this game could come down to this pistol. Wawa need to put some distance in between themselves and the winners of map 1. A sights on the menu for the pistol. 4 players waiting. It's an ironclad fortress, Fort Knox, that awaits them. And time is the only thing that stands between them and Chaos. Trying to get ahead of himself. Soulmate finds the first player, but he hasn't quite gotten the kill just yet. That gives him a little bit of advanced information as to where the rest of the action could come through from. But Wawa still has time to cook things. They can still change what's in the plan, but they're committed, Josip.
Oh, great start. Soulmate, Sultan, and Bloody, all of them kick things off the right way. Bloody gets another, will eventually get shut down, but now that's going to leave OK behind with just 15 HP to work with and 3 players on the other end. Legion, their first pistol victory of the series comes at such a crucial point that this practically will shut down Wawa very early on, and Legion, they're going to be extremely happy with the start of the CD side on Inferno. This sets them up for success and perhaps will make their run to that trophy a lot more easier.
Yeah, Josip, I think one of the biggest issues for me coming into this game is that I had no idea who was going to take it. And the consensus for the community was also incredibly split. And with a scoreline like 7-6, I would love to know what the community thinks. I would love to know what the crowd thinks. If you're a Legion fan, I want to hear your voices. And where's the support for Wawa? Can we hear it? I'm not going to lie, Chief. There's a bit more faith in Legion.
And it's understandable given what we have on our screens right now. Legion with a round ahead on the CT is kicking off the CT side of Inferno. Already a map up. Wawa. Odds stacked against them entirely. This round already starting to fall apart as Sadbatru misses his shots. Pokemon shuts down too. And Bloody does bloody things.
Feels like a walk in the park now for Legion. And the narrative of the first game where Wawa initially make their presence known, but then falter. We might be experiencing deja vu, Jazib.
Quite possibly. Oh, they get their hands on the rifles now. This is going to be the best fighting chance here on the CT side as Legion are working with a compromised arsenal.
Bit of a back and forth here. Utility is going to exchange hands. Bullet down to 45 points of health, and SmithJ takes a scratch as well. So the T is already a bit scratched up before they enter a bomb site. Bullet's going to make his presence known. And now Legion are going to be scrambling to try and get a read on things. Double flash goes out to try and peek into long. Short, rather. Reinforcements have arrived. There's Vision. Bullet's been spotted on both accounts. So Legion might be trying to cheat rotations, Jazzy. Wow, that is dirty! One kill found, there's a second waiting in the smoke. They're worried about Soulmate, but these kills from Wawa are beautiful. All the kills go their way, and it's just the IGL and veteran of Legion who awaits.
The HPs on the side of Wawa are not looking too good, so this MP9 might be potent enough to convert this still. However, 4 players to deal with, it's certainly not going to be easy. Sadbutru puts the final shot into Pokemon's head to conclude that round out.
That's exactly what we needed to see from Wawa. Be able to match the energy of Legion on some accounts. Really good recognition there from Executor as well. We get to see it in the replay. And they also played that 1v4 flawlessly, where they have Sadbutru tucked into a pocket, not peeking until the final player's presence is known. You don't want to get 1v4 just because you don't have much HP left. But the last round was a bit of a bonus. Legion's still going to have plenty of money in the bank accounts to furnish another buy. 4 M4s and a FAMAS. A couple of pieces of U-tools sprinkled onto each and every one of these players. This is a much faster round than I anticipated, but Wawa is starting to fall apart. Breadcrumbs of damage offered. Well, Wawa have to lose 2.5 men.
This isn't looking good so far for Wawa. Executor tagged down to 29. OK has been hit a bit as well. A 3 versus 4 to begin with. And they're gonna have to walk through Soulmate, Sultan, and HF to be able to get on to the site.
Wawa, can they make a great equalizer happen? Soulmate has a bit of support. The crunch is perfect. And it takes seconds for Wawa to be reduced to dust.
The crowd is starting to chant here a little bit as well. The audience is starting to applause. They're starting to feel it as well. Legion getting closer and closer to tournament point and victory. 4 more rounds is all they need for us.
And it might not even have to be the full 4, Jazib. Look at the money situation. They're scrambling to get whatever they can find their hands on. An instrumental round to the success of Wawa. They've hard committed to as much weaponry as they could buy. Plenty of time on the clock, so Wawa have many avenues to choose from. Early smoke from Legion is going to disallow information for either parties on Banana. But slowly Wawa are going to have to commit to one. They leave a single prong in apartments that's supposed to make sure that rotations are difficult to come by. But the other troops starting to rally together. calm before the chaos. Utility lined up. Legion won't be able to bring the rotations here in time. So this is pole position for Wawa to create a ruckus. Molotov fishes out Bloody, and he's holding the line just fine. Plenty of space being provided, and Pokemon's gonna swing out right from the smoke. 3v3 offered. One of them needs to commit to the bomb soon, and if HF can find the lineup, then he could interrupt it as well. Try to find a corner where the bomb's gonna be safe to plant, but they don't have any more time. Can you interrupt the bomb is the question. Executor, that's a big kill. But the 1-for-1 means that Soulmate is not going to 1v2. He finds Goat, can't control the spray down, and it's Team Wawa who have kept the blood pumping.
This is exactly what happened to Wawa in the last map, and where Legion started to turn things around. It was a good hole to begin with, however, that turnaround was absolutely beautiful for kicking things off the right way, finding those 2 frags. And by the time the reinforcements arrived for Legion, they were already entirely cut off. Wawa had gotten their hands onto the rifles dropped by Legion, and they capitalized on it entirely.
Soulmate. Bloody's been really successful in that position before against other teams, but against Wawa, that exercise is a little bit more difficult to do. Access granted to B, and I think this might actually be one of the first few times where Legion just elect to completely take their hands off of it.
Yeah, Legion, I don't believe they've had an instant where they've gone for a save, except when Sultan was the sole survivor. So, the first time Legion have been forced into such a situation here. But props to Wawa, they're still keeping things intact, regardless of what side they're on. A tied scoreline, 9-9, 3 rounds secured on the T side. A phenomenal job. More rounds for Wawa. We will be heading on to Nuke. That map has been teased so many times in control point on this LAN.
Not only is the scoreline tied up now, but Wawa are ever so close to breaking the money for Legion. Could be big. Bit of fast aggression towards Banana is all you're going to get early. Bloody's only got a tiny little MP9 to try and hold Banana with, but he does have Pokemon right around the corner. Oh, that's a good kill. Pokemon, if he can get anything more, that could pay the bills. And maybe the crisis of money collapsing has been averted by Legion, but they can't let their foot off the gas yet. Still 3 kills to find. And after that initial bout of aggression, Wawa is still going to keep ramming their head against the wall. Stubborn as they may be, B-site will continue to be on the agenda. Wow. Pokemon, that awareness is deadly. He's not going to challenge it. It's chill. Doesn't have to. He can wait it out. He has teammates. They can pincer in from behind. If he gets another kill through the smoke, that will be unfair.
Surely not. Smoke's gonna fade soon, though.
2 barrels, though. Can't navigate around it. Good swing from Pokemon. And a very comfortable round to secure double digits. Brilliant.
No backup needed. A 4K from the man himself to put double digits on board. He's repeating what he did to Guardian 5. Yesterday it was Sahran that faced that smoke hit.
Look at how accurate that nade was, by the way. We didn't catch it the first time, but in the replay.
It landed straight on his face.
time they're trying to turn up the heat on Banana. Bloody's going to be forced off the angle. However, they're not going to apply any more pressure to that particular nerve.
Pokemon and Bloody, both of them have been backed up quite a bit, courtesy of the util thrown out by Wawa. So now they've called for some backup. It's going to be HF that arrives on scene, and HF has been extremely good. 20 kills, 9 frags. 20 frags, 9 deaths so far.
Bit of a slowdown. The cloud scene before rain falls. 30 seconds though, can't overcook it. Molotov from Sultan's gonna make things a little bit harder, but 2 kills found to enter the A bomb site. HF is firing blindly, but still finds a victim. That bit of play has been refunded though. And of course, there's no reason for Legion to even try it.
It would have been extremely funny if Pokemon went for the play and he landed that grenade again, because there are quite a few players from the side of Wawa who are weakened up. Practically all of them are, but I would say and okay could have died. However, Legion go for the safer play here, and Wawa, they're keeping the score tied.
Terrorists win.
Double digits for both. And the grand final continues to deliver, Jazib. The money being saved up from the previous round will allow them to still keep this thing competitive. But the man who had many a fan in the crowd previously is still spearheading this ship. No longer does that responsibility fall on Pokemon. It's HF with 21 and 10, but this time all he's got is the sidearm. Oh, they're not cheating a rotation or anything. We'll just have to try and win the 2v5, which feels a little too tough to crack. Oh, that's such bad timing on the utility. Pokemon can't do much, and Bloody, his job is just to delay, wait for backup. Nate's gonna find him though. Pokemon's trying to flurry them with flashes, and a spray through the smoke makes it possible.
Two of the players on the side of Wawa weakened up quite a lot. The C4 has been planted. Okay, he's gonna get pressurized from Banana by 3 players here. One of them has already crossed over. He may be unaware. He gets one, but traded out by HF immediately. A weapon to be picked up, but it's now come down to
the
Executor
molly?
and Bullet.
2v2, time wasted by the Molly, but it's not out of their hands just yet. Missed piece of utility. Pokemon is trying to find the player in the back of the site. Headshots found. Soulmate finds the kill with a nade, but that round will still go the way of Wawa.
Is this really happening for us?
I think everyone in the crowd would agree that Inferno was almost destined to be Legion's territory. It felt like Wawa's only chances in this game would be to win that first map, delay what seemed like the inevitable, and take us all the way to Nuke. But they are doing it on prime real estate for Legion. Your 50-page notes be damned. Wawa are going to do it off of pure memory from 3 months ago.
They can, but the job's not done yet for us. 2 more rounds for Wawa to push us to Nuke. However, Legion, they do look in a troublesome state. the economy not great whatsoever, so Wawa should easily get onto the map point here. Great start, Pokemon. He was the one that got a nade kill last time. Now he gets a taste of his own medicine. Bomb planted, Legion smoked off. This doesn't get any more easier than that.
And now, I mean, Legion have to do it in overtime. It's crazy we're even at this point.
Yeah.
This is the most pressured we've seen Legion so far. And you know what, Jazib? Some of the pieces we were talking about that could potentially buckle, they have. Especially Sultan, because he's nowhere to be found. 7 kills and 12 deaths. Make that 8, but again, inconsequential.
Yeah. Finances on the side of Wawa good enough to keep them going for the next 2 rounds. If we even have 2 more rounds. But I'm about to say something that I did not expect to say. Wawa on map point on Inferno against Legion and are likely about to send us to Nuke. However, they still need to win 1 more. Legion's last fight on Inferno, potentially.
Could be the end of fun times for Legion. I mean, that ship's kind of sailed a while ago, Jazib, but the chance to still end it in 2 bites. It's slim, but it's there. Who needs to step up now? Pokemon has been doing a fantastic job at least doing his part of the bargain, upholding his end of the deal. HF 23 and 12. That's where you need to look to the heavier hitters we've seen in days gone. Soulmate, Sultan, hell, even Bloody. Quick peek from Soulmate's gonna find him information. Molotov, makes it obvious where they're coming from. It's Nuke has found a big opener though. Soulmate, I just called you out. And he delivers. AWP from HF, the narrow angle being found. It's a 3v2. As Bloody tries to give them a chance to claw back into the game. The smoke will allow them to comfortably at least get the bomb down. But the Legion try and get ahead of it. Just a Molotov toss. It's Mutjay fished out of the right side corner. And they're going to wait instead. Sad but True's position is instrumental. It clears out that there's no one coming in from middle. Pokemon goes for a quick boost. As he drops off, it confirms that they're both on the same side. Sabatru holding the clothesline. There's the shot. I can't believe Wawa have done it. Pokemon, surely he can't get to it, right? What a flick! But Wawa have done it. They've toppled Legion on their own map pick, and we're going all the way to Nuke, Jazib.
Oh my god. Wawa, what a fight. They started off real hot on Inferno. They got up with a 5-1 scoreline. Legion came striking back, tied up the scoreline 6-6, and at that point we started to count Wawa out. We thought it was done. Legion winning that pistol, that practically was cementing the victory for us. But Wawa, what a fantastic comeback into map number 2 to send us to Nuke here.
The craziest thing is that we finally saw the things that weren't working out for them before finally come to light, right? They were finally winning those swing rounds. And you know what? Regardless of whatever analysis we do, it's never going to be as good as when it comes straight from the horse's mouth. So Fario, we're going to hand the mic over to you. I want to hear some words from him.
That was a crazy map. The audience was on the edge. आपको कैसा लग रहा था स्टेज पे?
मज़ा आ रहा था खेलते हुए।
मज़ा आ रहा था। अच्छा, वैसे आप लोगों को आवाज़ नहीं आ रही होगी और मैं यहाँ पे आग नहीं लगाना चाहती, लेकिन ऑडियंस की तरफ से ज़्यादा सपोर्ट जो है वो लीजियन के लिए थी। क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप ऑडियंस को?
कह रहा हूँ 7 भाई आए हुए ना, मेहमान है हमारे।
अच्छा तो ऐसा क्या आप लोगों ने सोचा मिड राउंड जिससे जो है वो गेम एकदम टर्न अराउंड हो गया क्योंकि स्टार्टिंग में यू गाइस वर प्लेइंग गुड लेकिन बीच में थोड़ा मोमेंटम कट गया था.
हम ऐसे खेल रहे खोने को कुछ था नहीं, मेरे पास लास्ट मैप था वैसे भी तो चलते सब.
अच्छा आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया था कि आप लीजन को इतना ज़्यादा खतरनाक कंपटीशन देंगे?
बिल्कुल
वाज इट द प्रैक्टिस और वाज इट जस्ट वाइब्स या बिल्कुल एम पे रिलाया था?
फुल थी, फुल वाइब्स थी.
Congratulations and good luck for the next map.
Vibes-based gaming versus months of practice is the storyline, and I can't believe that on Legion's map pick, it is the Vibes that won from Team Wawa. And Faria's right, there wasn't a whole lot of support for them in the crowd. So the fact that they take us all the way to Nuke should have Legion shaking in their boots.
Absolutely. I mean, when the map ended, I was looking back on the stage and Pokemon was disappointed. You could tell from his face. He had his hands out on his back and he just was not happy about that. Inferno was their home ground. It should have been their big. You know, I was living at the guest house with them and they were talking about it, that whether Train gets big or Inferno, it's going to be easy for them. They were way too confident and unfortunately, it just did not pan out how they expected it to.
Yeah, and speaking of expectations, for the head-to-head, we've got Sad But True and HF butting heads. And although HF was by and far the greatest player on the server, with his AWP being able to shatter mountains, unfortunately, it could not move them, as Wawa was able to persevere that. I think it was a bit more of a team effort from Team Wawa. There's no denying that some of the big pieces from Legion were absolutely missing, and I hate to do it on the newest face in the squad, right? But Legion, Sultan was absolutely dropping the ball. There were so many times where he could have become active. Just a few more kills from him could have propelled them to greater heights, propelled them to the 2-0. But now they've got to play Nuke. And you know what's crazy, Jazib? Even that first map wasn't a convincing win from Legion. It was coming off the back of Bloody's clutches. It was coming off the back of a 4v5 retake. So if you're Legion right now, in the back of your head, you're probably thinking that you've locked into map number 2, then you've lost your own map pick, right? And you're in the face of the danger that is Nuke. And we have no idea how either of these teams are gonna look on Nuke. So I don't know, man. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, it realistically is. Both of them did have Nuke pick it up as the decider yesterday, but both of them ended up 2-0ing their opponent, so we didn't get to witness it whatsoever. But one thing now I want to talk a bit about Wawa, though. Their scoreboard, as you can see on your screen, Sad But True leading from the front. He's the IGL, and he's pulling most of the weight whenever he's needed as well. In Smutse and Bullet, sure, the stats don't show it as much, but on the CT side, there were a few rounds where they needed the strong start. They held down the B side whenever they felt the banana pressure. They played it just well enough to be able to hold down the line, delay Legion, and make sure they have the backup available. Executor was a key reason why Wawa had a good start heading into this one, particularly that pistol round. But I think for Wawa, all across the board, it was just instances of practically everybody showing up. Sure, OK was a bit absent, but his teammates, they picked up the slack and they pushed us to Nuke.
And I do want to address the elephant in the room here, right? There is a big contrast between the players that are supposed to be heavy hitters, right? It is HF on 23 kills as the AWP for his team versus OK on the other side, who only had like 8 kills. So the fact that Wawa are able to win with their AWP completely deactivated, instead it's the IGL that's doing heavy lifting, it's crazy. Like, there's no game where you should lose the head-to-head, where you should lose the game after your opera versus the enemy opera has like a 14-15 kill disparity. It's unheard of.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know, Legion now, it seems like that they felt the pressure on map number 1. They made a comeback off of Bloody's clutching ability. But now I think there are a few things that you could point out for Legion where they're going wrong. Your soulmate, he isn't as proactive, he isn't as able to be able to find those frags, to be able to carry his team through some of those rounds as he was yesterday. Bloody's clutch performance, sure, you can rely on it a few times, but you can't be consistent with that. It's just practically impossible. And Sultan, again, mid rounds, he was very crucial yesterday. Today, he's nowhere to be seen on both of those two maps. You need either soulmate to pick up the slack like he was yesterday, or Sultan to make those mid rounds better for Legion.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot that can change for Legion now, but I'm really glad to see that the stuff that could have gone right for Wawa eventually did. And with a game like that, you know, we've talked about how swing rounds were what allowed Legion to get to the point they did, but Wawa were also able to manufacture the same level of comfort in some of those difficult rounds. And, you know, props to Executor, he was kind of the one that got the ball rolling with the 1v2 in the pistol round. When you win a game 13-10 with a scoreline that close, those 3 rounds actually end up mattering a lot more than you think. That being said, though, it's going to be a short break before we delve into the final map of the final day. The grand finals still have a little bit more action packed in them. We'll be back after a short break. Let's roll the highlights. We didn't think we'd make it this far.
Yeah, we
Joseph,
absolutely did not.
that second map was a disaster, honestly. Like, everyone in the crowd that I've spoken to was under the impression, and I think Legion themselves are under the impression, that Inferno would be an absolute walk in the park. That's not the case. And after the game, I was just taking a quick walk around, and I could see they were incredibly disappointed because Inferno's probably one of their most practiced maps. So after having won Dust 2, after having toppled Wawa on Wawa's map pick, it almost seemed like a foregone conclusion. But here we are, map number 3, Nuke, and I've got no predictions.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, after that second half particularly, how can you even predict what's about to happen? Because, as you said, Legion, they were not expecting this to go to a map number 3 after having won Dust 2. And so you raise the question whether or not they're infuriated by it and whether or not they can mount a comeback from that, mental comeback from that as well. Because, sure, Pokemon, Soulmate, they both of them do have a lot of experience behind them, but they also have 3 young guns to manage alongside them as well. So it's gonna raise a few questions here. Sultan already has not been having a great performance. You need him to show up to be able to finish these maps out, or you need Soulmate to carry them across. So I think now the win condition starts to rely a lot more on Soulmate's performance, given Sultan is going to be likely even under more pressure, given now that we're going to a map 3.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on the side of Legion, and you know, if we're just talking from a, if we're not talking about the individuals, if we're talking about the tactics, we could definitely see some gaps in Legion's offense and their defense. Some of the smoke timings weren't looking all that good. Some rotations were a little awry. So I think now we're finally seeing the pressure points for both teams being exposed. Some swing rounds that Wawa were losing, and just a generally lackluster strat book coming out from Legion. We're about to go live with the game in just a moment, though. I've got word from the producers that the players are ready, and it is going to be the final map of the whole damn thing, no matter what happens. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's only gaming left now. It's Wawa versus Legion for the final map of the tournament. We need to crown a victor after this one. CT side for Legion, Wawa on the tee, and they're not going to be putting any brakes on this train. Right into B we go. Soulmate, first one to take contact, missing all of the shots. The secondary site has been given access to, but they're already making their mark. Bloody and Pokemon being such an issue. Pokemon trying to lead by charge as he gets a triple, and Legion are able to negotiate a bomb site that they had lost.
The cleanest pistol round that we've seen so far out of the series and out of Legion as well, hence they have struggled in pistols. They've struggled to have good starts in practically every single half of the series so far, with one of them being an exception. But this is something that they really needed to regain. But a strong start, a hot start, a swift one with 4 people alive should give them somewhat of a confidence boost to kick off Nuke on the right note.
Exactly the start that Legion were looking for. 1-for-1 trades outside. Bit of a risky play there from Bloody. Thankfully, it ends up working out. It's a quick spray down from Pokemon and HF to take that second round under their belt.
Nice little lineup to finish them off. Bloody got one to his name as well. A very clean round from the side of Legion to kick things off, with the casualty of only 1. Wawa finally get their hands onto the rifles. This is going to be their prime time to show up back into the game. HF already gotten his hands onto the AWP.
No, good kill from HF. He was a prime fragger on the side of Legion in the previous map. If his AWP rings true on outside this time as well, that could leave Wawa hanging high and dry. A lot of time being wasted here. Bullet thought he had the drop on Soulmate, but he couldn't be more wrong. Sapper through as he starts to recede away. Pokemon has acted as the second pincer while he's focused on the HUT player. Second kill's gonna come through. No one on the side of Wawa really able to make a dent. Sure, Soulmate and Bloody are not exactly looking too healthy, but I don't think that's gonna dissuade their chances of winning this round. Bomb plant's the best case scenario though.
Absolutely not.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb planter, that's going to be some extra credits for them to work with in the next one.
Please don't overcook this, Legion. Just throw your resources at him.
Oh. Balls. Okay, does get one. However, the round's practically out of his hands, surely. No, off to a save here. Third on board for Legion. Off to a really swift start.
I love it. Pokemon knows that this isn't a battle that is limited to the boundaries of just a server. It extends way beyond that realm. He's got to rally the troops. He needs to keep those emotions high, that energy looking good. Right after that second map, you could see them hanging their heads in despair.
HF awaits.
Etch has been so good. Surely he doesn't miss anything here, right? Oh, he lets the crossover. So precise. I can't believe he's gotten that. And he's going to keep going for repeats. He's in position for more fights. Chases it down with a nade. And before Wawa have even made a singular dent, they've lost two crucial members. Executor, who started off their onslaught on Inferno, and it's Mudjay, who's just been an incredible force for them. Oh my, HF. A rejuvenation of his energy in the third map.
The crowd is starting to feel it as well.
We've got a lot of HF fanboys in the crowd, and for good reason. 7-0 start. Exactly what you're looking for from your AWP player.
Beautiful. Bloody is not shying away from the frags as well. 4 kills, 0 deaths. Pokemon, he's up to 6 as well. Wow, was struggling to find any real footing on the map so far.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they've quickly taken a nosedive in terms of performance. And I know it's still pretty damn early. Too quick to call anything. But this is definitely a monstrous performance from Legion. 0 kills on 2 of the members still. 3 kills across the board in 4 rounds from Wawa. Not only have these rounds been convincing, but they've also been clean. In terms of the numbers they've kept alive. As we head into the 4th, though, it's going to be a scrappy buy, hastily put together. Around 1 AK-47. Outside dominance wanting to be established by Pokemon. Doesn't want to let them get too far. Made to pop the smoke. Sees one crossing over, but can't trail behind him. HF's there to help out with a long-range molly as well if he chooses to do so. Soulmate knows they're coming. Fumbles his words for a second. Doesn't want to commit.
HF primed to find value, although he's not going to be given an opportunity to get any frags as the players fall down towards ramps.
Oh, this could be the opening that they needed.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh,
Found by Executor. HF is going to be the grand equalizer there. If anyone wants to rotate in from outside or linger about secret, they'll have to worry about the potential of their blood supply being cut off, the rotation being cancelled courtesy of OK. But Legion bringing the troops together, getting ready to fling those doors wide open. Slowly starting to progress right down the vents we go. Audio information is going to start making things obvious. Pokemon, though, can't afford to miss that. Bullet's going to make a double out of it, and they need to commit to the bomb soon, so Bot needs protection. And although Bloody gets another kill, there's no way he can get on the bomb in time. And Wawa, with a shoddy buy, have made a quick mark on the scoreboard.
It did get a little frisky there in the middle. However, Legion, they're going to have enough finances to support them in this round. But Wawa, even with a mixed sort of a purchase there, are able to shut Legion down. Oh, Pokemon, that fight's gotta hurt if you're Pokemon. You misfire a bit, cost you your life and quite practically the whole round to your team as well.
Yeah, I think if they had to have a second pincer coming in from the decon doors, like, that changes a lot of things. That's a good shot from OK. And while we were talking about the dynamic between Oppers being largely lopsided in the favor of HF, maybe OK can make a mark this time. Outside presence has definitely been very dominant from both HF and Pokemon. But maybe OK can be the difference maker.
Sad but true, and it's must say both of them have been silent so far, and they were key factors behind Wawa's success on Inferno. Well, one of them gets there first.
Bit of a slowdown. The only thing I'm really worried about is that Wawa, with how long they're taking, there was a potential of them perhaps overcooking it, but Legion are far enough that it's not really an issue.
Empty side awaits. Bomb should go down with no problems whatsoever. And it seems like Legion aren't exactly too eager to go for this fight. Although they do have finances, they just don't like the odds they have in this fight. So they're gonna back off, let Wawa take this one. They tip the hat and go back to the spawn.
Bit of downtime. Kind of acts as a faux timeout for Legion if they want to iron out any kinks.
Terrorists win.
Did OK die to the bomb?
I'm not sure. I got distracted by something. Wasn't looking at the screen for a second.
All 5 of them were alive and suddenly OK's dead. That's a bit unfortunate. He was the one carrying the op as well, I believe. So that's gonna cost him quite a lot actually. HF not as proactive towards outside, he's awaiting.
I think they just spotted ahead, and that's a freebie for him. Tiny little gap on the smoke will offer him a free chance to gobble a bullet. And he'll take it. But that's still a lot of progression coming through from Wawa. They've snuck all the way into Secret. They have Soulmate to contend with if that's the bomb site that is on the menu.
Versus 4, Soulmate lined up, HF to help. Oh, good timing, but he misses the shot. That's gonna enable Soulmate, but the flash is good. It's not good enough. HF finds the kill through the smoke. Soulmate follows up. It's most they does get the trade, but he's gonna need some help.
Oh, dude, that's not a good play from Sultan right there. He offers up his life on a silver platter. Lets it come down to the 2v2, and Smoochie is going to play up close and personal. They need to collect the bomb, and they also need to get it down. Executor fumbles, and Bloody and HF tag team to drive the round home. The sour taste that Sultan left in their mouth quickly recovered. Palate cleanser for Legion.
HF has been fantastic with the op so far. He's getting multiple frags on 11 already. Just 2 deaths. You keep him alive, you're gonna win the round.
Game plan somewhat unchanged for Wawa. Slow cook it, start taking control of outside. Diagonal smokes this time though, because after the mess they had on the initial set of smokes that are just thrown vertically. Ooh, I mean they lose a player anyways. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that was worth it.
Yeah. Oh. You just can't do that. You cannot dry peek angles where HF might be primed and ready.
HF is so unbelievably good right now. As a player who doesn't have a whole lot of LAN experience, he is carrying some of the best players in Pakistan with his sniper. Oh, dude, Bloody's timing is so good. Snuck past the smoke, but misses a golden window. Wawa, in the meantime, have switched up the recipe. B-site, that's where we'll go. Pokemon's waiting, however, to try and chase him down. Try to re-peek into him, but Pokemon so good.
The captain.
Of course, that deserves some applause, right?
Yeah.
This has to be easily the most one-sided we've seen this game be, right? I mean, let me think back, actually.
Perhaps the start of Inferno.
Yeah, like, the 5-1 from Wawa, sure, that we saw a little while earlier. But yeah, you get to see it in the replay. Just look at how good the reaction time for Pokemon is. Just holds the wire, clotheslines the first player that comes in.
Man, I'm loving HF right now, especially considering the fact that this guy was telling us yesterday he's never won against Wawa.
Not only has he not won that matchup, right, but he's not had much experience on LAN at all.
Yeah. And now
so to come in, like, swoop in as a relatively unknown name. And, you know, I don't really blame him because in the past, like, if you were starting to make a name for yourself, you would also be participating in the tournaments and people would gradually see you get better. But when opportunities aren't present, like, you skip forward 4 years, a big set of brand new names will pop up. And I'm glad that HF is a new star that's been brought to the constellation of Counter-Strike in Pakistan.
Wow, they've been forced to play even more passive than they were before. They're not even as proactive to try and get control of the map. Sure, their arsenal isn't exactly great, but now they're going to walk into soulmate here.
Yeah, HF is generally the one that is towing the line here. Only a solitary kill. And there it is. That's the backup. Doesn't quite connect the shot. I think he might have landed a bit of damage on Bullet. Yeah, he's down to 3 points of health. But Bloody's already in position to try and stop the bomb. Have to try and interrupt it, and they don't even get the luxury of getting the bomb down.
Everybody on the side of Legion are now having their moments. And smiles all across the face. They're celebrating every round. They're enjoying this. Ensuing misery onto Wawa like this. Seven rounds secured already. This is starting to look brutal actually. Now you can say that this is the most lopsided game we've had so far to begin with.
There's still a crack in the window. It's possible for Wawa to procure a few more rounds, make themselves known here. And if they can get the best case scenario that is 5 rounds, then maybe we can still keep talking. Of course, their chances will be bolstered when they're on the CT side as well. Look at this little repositioning from Soulmate. He's trying to sneak up the ladder. Is he going to get spotted? This is Soulmate in pole position to do tons of damage, but as soon as he drops down the sledge, his position is going to be known. I think he might just have to wait it out. Oh, Soulmate, you've made a bad decision as he's sneaking down the ladder. Can't get more than one. Surprised he can maintain enough composure to even get that one. I don't think HF spotted the player that was his way. Oh, good reaction. 2 kills to find. And if you want anyone in the clutch, it's got to be HF. But it's not the weapon that he's comfortable with. AK-47 brought out, a couple pieces of utility as well. Can flash his way in, can give himself some more mobility with a smoke. And he's trying to slow cook it.
He does have the defuse, gets us some comfort there. I think he still has.
He needs to be given the option of having a duel though. Oh, he can't flick in time. And you know, Joseph, it seems a bit one-sided now, sure. But you add 2 more rounds to the tally, then the potential of the pistol round certainly shows itself. And even without it, the CT side just has inherent advantages where we'll then see the win conditions of Wawa activate. I want to see if OK can do what HF was able to accomplish. Now, obviously, HF has been absolutely diffing OK in this game. But all we need is just one final push from the Opera on the side of Wawa. Oh, wow, this is getting super messy here. Bloody's got his head on a swivel. It's a triple from the new gun. But sad but true, still has a crack in the defense here. Tries to isolate one of the duels. Soulmate sneaks in. It's HF to find him through the smoke. That is dirty, dirty work.
I think he got that through the smoke. But whatever the case may be, that's 8 rounds secured, and had it been a 7-5 scoreline, it would have been somewhat comparable with the pistol round coming up afterwards. But now, heading into the final round, if Legion win this, sure, we're going to head on to CD for Wawa, but it's just not going to look good.
Yeah, it was really important for Wawa to put some space in between them and the finish line. Because by the time this half is done, Legion could already be flirting with double digits.
The amount of value that this round holds for Wawa is immense. Pokemon starts off strong. Okay, does return the favor, but it's been trades back and forth so far. Both teams now with a first 3 as the hit comes in, and HF active with the... Oh, gets 1 to his name.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? They can't get back in the site. Pokemon, though, emerges. Double from him, and it's the IGL again. This is the pop-off I was looking for. You got HF with 4 kills and 4 deaths and 16 kills.
Pokemon starting to feel himself vibing with the crowd. And once again, we sit in a state that we were in the last map. 4 more rounds, what Legion need. Goes out the tournament.
I know Saad is here to send a message. There's a reason Pokemon got on that plane. He does not want to go home without a trophy. And one of the players from Team Wawa was saying that Pokemon is a guest for them. He's flown all the way over here from Lahore. But this damn guest is going to overstay his welcome. He's taking the trophy with him. Okay, though, maybe not. Could still yank this trophy out of his hands. Wawa's going absolutely nuclear as OK's got in a 4K. HF can't do nothing. As sad but true, gobbles up the final kill.
Okay, I guess.
All right is the word you're looking for.
Oh my god, how does he even live that long? Sure, he gets those 2 because those 2 players are unaware of his positioning. Then Pokemon walks past the smoke, dies to OK, and OK, even after missing those 3 shots onto Soulmate, a 4K delivered. And That's just the thing Wawa needed, a confidence booster. And you know, we were talking about how HF has been performing really well, and we need a similar performance from OK here to be able to mount a comeback, and he's starting right off the bat with that performance.
This is it. Not the red carpet treatment for Wawa, but still a chance. Bomb stuck its way down. Maybe we see the plant come in. Would be nice. A little bit of extra money's never gonna hurt anyone. Ooh, just in the nick of time. That's good.
Flawless victory. Puts the 5th on board. They're starting to close the gap. However, still a 4-round lead for Legion to work with as they get their hands onto rifles. One more round and that's when things start to get worrisome yet again for Legion, because now that's when you start to feel the deja vu kick in.
Legion's done a good job to give themselves a massive margin of error in this half. But things could still go awry, and Smudge laboring his spray and it doesn't connect. The swing goes good though! He's lined up too! And Bloody takes a little while to recuperate from the losses. And that kind of outside domination could actually match what has been brought to the server by Pokemon and HF so far. But he might be able to collect a bit of a timing though, but I like the fact that Wawa's already adjusted for this.
Oh.
Weird timing.
Yeah. Oh, soulmate. That's one immediately triggered though. Oh, gonna be happy with that actually. HF, he has been the highlight of the series so far. Can he deliver a 2 versus 3 to put up double digits?
Bomb has been planted.
2v3. Legion, big opportunity to extend their lead. But the walls are slowly going to start caving in around them. The utility's starting to fly in. Bloody's tucked towards heaven. Oh, HF lineup's there, but Wawa's going to keep making sure that this does not get out of control.
Yeah, if HF lands that headshot, that would have been dangerous. However, Wawa still not letting this out of their grasp entirely. In fact, I think at this point now, Legion might be the ones that start to feel the pressure here a little bit, because they were up 9-5 last map as well, and that's where the comeback started to happen for Wawa.
Listen, is the advantageous side. The money's about to be broken for Legion, and I'd like to remind you that this could be Wawa's chance to return the favor from map 1. They choked that one out, right? Legion were able to swing it, but because Legion's success has been highlighted by a comeback, it would be poetic if Wawa could do the same to get the biggest W possible in this tournament.
Certainly would be.
Bullet an OK setup. Slowly starting to whittle down the numbers. OK doing very similarly to as what we saw from HF. And as the numbers fall apart, as the bodies start to drop on the server, it becomes apparent that Legion are about to let them close this gap even further. 7 rounds guaranteed for Wawa and 8th on the chopping block. This game isn't as cut and dry as it might have looked.
Okay, just waiting. to try and find his arch nemesis.
I mean, yeah, it's not a bad kill from HF at all, but actually converting this into anything is pretty much an impossibility. Executor, making sure this doesn't get any dirtier than it has already gotten. Like, doesn't connect. And now we're within punching distance again.
7-9. 2 rounds is all that remains, and the money on the side of Legion has been broken into as well. Realistically, looking at an 8-9 scoreline.
That extra bit of cash available, and the fact that one player might have to commit to a MAC-10 anyway means that they have a couple of rifles to work with. Legion trying to manufacture a swing round, but when Executor's staying true to his name like that, they won't be given an inch. Couple kills, sure.
That's a quick one. 8-9, 1 round, all that remains before the scoreline's all tied up. A dominant first half from Legion, but now it's gone, vanished into thin air.
Yeah, and the silence from the side that's supporting HF at the moment pretty much highlights the fear that Wawa's been able to strike into their hearts. And it's not even the individual's fault, right? It's HF going 20-9 at the moment, but that hasn't been enough to put Legion across the checkered flag.
Calm before the storm. Legion, they do not want to make a mistake here. They do not want to give Wawa the equalizing round.
The calm before the storm, but a storm's about to brew towards outside an A. And SmutJ has made his presence very scarce. First kill. I can't believe all we're doing this. How are their individuals so good all of a sudden? And I think he might be able to fight for a little bit longer. What is that from Sultan? He's panicking. You know that those hands are getting sweaty. When you're missing kills like that, when sprays are being fumbled, HF, the heaviest hitter on the side of Legion, is still trying to do CPR on what remains of their lead.
Sultan with 6 HP. Both of them falling simultaneously.
Yeah, I love that bit of synchronicity for the two. The duos from the side of Legion have been potent. We've seen the Pokemon and Soulmate combo. We've seen, honestly, HF has kind of been helping himself to his own kills, but we've got a lot of that action coming up from Wawa now, and this is where it gets real exciting. Will Pokemon be sent back to his hometown without a trophy? After traveling all the way here, can he rally the troops in these final few moments?
Come on, Pokemon,
The
do it for Lahore.
invitees, man.
Oh, it's starting to look scary, and now you can hear the applause for Wawa as well. The crowd that was dead earlier on, the supporters for Wawa, now they're starting to get hyped up as well. They can feel it. Legion in extremely dangerous territory now. The favorites in trouble.
Bit of a slowdown. Just pistols on most of the members. And Sultan's got a Galil. You know, I've tried not to put Sultan under the microscope this game, but 6 kills is inexcusable. One of our biggest criticisms of him is that he was going to fold under pressure, and he has. Tries to go outside, and the audio being made by both parties here makes this duel a little bit more linear. Just find the player, fight him. Oh no, that's a beautiful couple of peeks there. Wawa coordinating their peaks nicely. Tech9's gonna allow them to get into the site, but they can't retain control of it. Double digits, of course they're getting hyped.
Wawa have stolen the lead 7 rounds in a row in the second half. Legion yet to achieve a single victory on the T side. One Sultan fell, the rest of them followed him to the grave like dominoes, one after the other.
Hard to conjure up words for what we're seeing happen here. Legion, their gameplay starting to look a bit one-dimensional. They're just gonna throw themselves at this A-bomb site. They try and make a venture happen. The kills are coming in from both parties, and Smutche though, if he sneaks through the smoke, he could be the wrench in the works that they need. He's let them creep past, but if he waits a little longer, then it'll become obvious that he's had enough time to rotate all the way through. This kill, this round is instrumental. Distraction about to be carved through from Heaven. Nade falls, doesn't connect on the right player. Flashbang's gonna allow them to start coming in. Smudge needs to activate soon, but he's waiting for the Heaven players to start making moves happen. Slowly poking in, distracted by the Ops barrel. Now the rifles need to start working. Wawa, you can't afford to overcook this. The bombs is only halfway take down. There it is, that's the action. Soulmate finally popping off, and HF and company, can you still get it done? Bullet, not quick enough.
Finally, some ray of hope for Legion, and Soulmate was so key in that round. The main win condition we had for Wawa in that post round was in Smutze, and Soulmate shuts him down. Even though he's like 16 HP right there, he gets a second frag, ends up winning the 1 versus 1 in the end as well. Soulmate coming alive just when his team needs him the most.
I was worried. That was pretty much a guaranteed round, and you can see that Legion are trying to play a bit of a different playstyle now. The rails are off, the training wheels are off, but this funnels them into the prying hands of Wawa. And it's a super one-sided round as Legion will crumble once more. They're able to at least break the round streak, sure. But will that prove to be a flash in the pan, Josip?
Legion still under pressure. That was a very quick victory for Wawa, and Bullet, he's not afraid to show how dominant it was. The passion's pouring out from either side. Legion just off of that round victory. They are hyped up. But they need more of that. Legion 2 rounds away. Sorry, 3 rounds away. While Wawa, 1 more round, they'll be on tournament point for us.
I mean, I don't blame you for mixing up the round counts. This has definitely been tough for the players, for us to witness, for the crowd to stomach, especially because I think both sides of supporters have gotten a kick out of this, right? There's been highs and lows, and one of the sentiments I heard from some of the pro players in the crowd is that this game had the opportunity of being even closer than Inferno. And clearly it's already showing us that. Last bit of finances from Legion. A solitary AK-47 is what everything hinges on. And Sultan's been demoted to the Tech-9 for good reason. Here comes the util. Bullet to try and stop them. Okay. In position to try and set up the tripwire, but they'll have to let full control go from the B site. And this is where it gets a bit problematic here, Joseph.
Push coming in already. Side taken over. Wawa want to go for a 5-on-5 retake.
How have they gotten this far? Wawa don't have a lot of time. They need to start making a move soon. Double flash go out. Oh. Doesn't work out as well as they thought they would. Pokemon swings around from the side, and Executor still trying to dig his fingernails
Surely
into
not.
this round, but this round had no business at all going the way of Legion. It's the swing rounds that kicked off the game, and that might also be what closes it.
Not like this. Not again. Pistols all across the board for Legion, and that's what gets them the 11th round. I'm not entirely sure what the financial situation is on the side of WoW, but I presume it's good enough to give them a proper buy here as well.
I mean, I don't know about that.
They did win quite a few rounds altogether.
Yeah, they did, and also I think most of their rounds were clean enough that the money was starting to build up. But I don't know, it's been incredibly difficult to keep tabs on the economy with how back and forth these rounds have been. And you know what, Jazib? This game would not be done justice without overtime in map 3. I'm calling it now. I want this to go to OT, and I think it will.
At this point, I'm hoping, so I seriously am hoping. It deserves a prolonged ending.
It's Jake, ready for the fight. Sultan makes it obvious where he's coming from, but he served enough of a distraction that the rest of the players can start slowly crawling down Secret. Bullet will be the first point of contact. As soon as he sees the first member, it's likely he finds a kill and runs away. There it is, that's a shoulder, Pokemon's already. Can they turn things around here? Wawa are on the cusp of at least guaranteeing overtime. It's gonna be A. They can at least isolate the duels here, but I love this from Wawa. They are not willing to give up an inch. No duels are being offered, but no Executor comes out in the open. It's important he wins that duel, and he does. Down to a 3v2.
Oh.
No, and Smuche, you fumbled it. Soulmate and Bloody. That was a 3v5. I sure hope Wawa aren't about to choke what could be an incredibly impressive comeback. Here it comes though, sidearms out, Soulmate. He had to step up, he did yesterday. But will he do it this time? Oh no, dude, Bullet's just going for the full stick. There's nothing Soulmate can do about it.
Bros, don't fake for us. A ninja defuse to put Wawa on map, match, and tournament point.
The bomb wasn't planted for him. Surely in a position like that, the comms must be muddied, or Soulmate goes for a duel there any day of the week.
What I love from Wawa is the awareness. They know that Soulmate was tagged up, so they util dump onto him. If they first throw a frag, they keep him away with the incendiary. They force him to stay back so they can isolate the fight with Bloody. And by the time Bullet launches himself into the site, there's enough distance between them for him to be able to hop onto the bomb.
This is everything. It's overtime or bust for Legion. They've taken pride in their practice, but the prowess of Pakistan's premier team, Wawa, could be what ends them. Here it comes, last hurrah. Do we extend play? Wawa are crumbling. Surely this goes to overtime. Okay, and Bullet trying to delay what seems like the inevitable, and Bullet could still be an issue. There it is. He's found a crack in the defenses. That should be a freebie kill. Nearly fumbles it. They're going to try and come after him. It's a 3v2. If Wawa close it out in this way, that would be criminal. Bit of a slowdown. Could be the final round. Could be Bullet's in OK's way of getting the impossible done. No, just down to the two final members. It was Bullet to clutch it out there, but Legion have extended play. And we are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear the crowd go wild, and of course it does. Of course it does any day of the week with a match like that, Jazib.
You can't say anything about that. It's just freaking awesome. But a match like this, it deserves an ending on OT. Teams of this caliber pushing each other to their very limits, trading each other's map picks. Now, a prolonged ending to the final map.
I like that. Pressure is still on the valve. OK's little progression there actually gives them a very good shot at kicking off overtime in style. And Wawa's 13th means that they are still here to play. They've not run out of gas. The pedal will still be firmly in contact with the ground.
Wow, our CD rounds have looked so clean so far for the most part. Soulmate, too aggressive, gets one onto Sad But True. Not gonna keep him at bay at least for the time being. Executor and OK to hold the line.
This torturous tug of war continues, and Sultan, who has been quiet most of the series, is now making himself known. Slowly creeping up the scoreboard, not too far away from touching shoulders with Pokemon and Bloody, and that needs to happen soon. Dude, HF's got 30 kills, that's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Like,
30 frags.
The problem is, right, he's standing amongst giants. Like, you look at the past and it was players like Soulmate and Pokemon that were pioneering the scene.
And in such a difficult position when you have Soulmate and Pokemon who are not just pioneers, they're far more experienced. They've had so many fabulous moments in the history of CS Pakistan. And that's when HF stands
It's
out.
pretty crazy that HF's experience in pro play is mostly just... Okay, little story. I've actually seen screenshots of like actual pros in the European server calling HF a hacker while he's playing on 120 ping. So there's that. That's his pro experience.
Pokemon a little too eager for that second fight. Costs him his life, but he got one on the way out. Bloody to follow up. Traded. Oh, bullet on the flank.
No, that's a big miss. Window. He tries to sneak through. And this bit of mind games is actually being perfectly read by Wawa. They chuck out a bit of utility over towards A. Then they quickly rotate down to the bottom bomb site before even Legion's players can be in position. Slowly creeping forward. We've got to watch out for the door though. Sultan finds a kill. HF as well. And you know, you can see Pokemon getting real active there in the player cams.
Something that we've been complaining about was Sultan's absence today. And his prime moment came in that last round of regulation. And ever since then, except the round that they lost on OT, Sultan has found at least 2 kills. This was what we were looking for. This was the win condition. Either Soulmate picks up the slack or Sultan starts doing exactly what he was doing yesterday in those mid rounds, and he's starting to do it at the most crucial point of the tournament. a much needed breather for the teams and us. It has been a crazy day so far.
Much needed break, much needed silence for the teams, for you and me, to catch our breaths for what could be another roller coaster. But you know what, Joseph, I'm starting to get a bit worried for Wawa, because if they've dropped the ball here in the first half of overtime, when they slip into that T-side uniform, they'll be thrown back to what was going on at the start of the game.
And now Sultan starting to play like he was playing yesterday as well. The matter's only going to get more difficult for them.
It's a conversation we had, right? That the longer you give Legion,
Yeah.
the more powered up they're going to get. And you really have to pat HF on the back. The only reason we're seeing this extended game at all is because he's been carrying the veterans. Sultan's going to be the first point of contact. This could be make or break. If you get that first kill, suddenly you've made the game a whole lot easier for your team, but Sultan's gonna fall. It's Bloody to pick up the slack and get a double. Not even dead yet, keeps pursuing, fights, but that chaser after the shot won't be paying any dividends. HF, it's him again. It's him versus the world. Saba True, no points of health, missing shots. HF doesn't even need the big cannon. You can pull out the pistol, but Sad but True has done it. It's not over yet.
The captain with just 11 HP clutches up what could be the most crucial 1v1 we've had today.
There's got to be a lack of info, right? In that moment, if you know that someone's low, surely you just pull out the sidearm straight up.
Yeah.
One more back and forth, and we're going straight to OT2, Joseph.
It is Legion's CD side. We're gonna have to wait and see how these next 2 rounds pan out. One of them is about to hit tournament point again.
It's honestly a battle of the individuals versus a team effort. Like, I hate to say it, but Legion have been resting on their laurels, or should I say singular laurel, that is HF. Nice to see a bit of a kick out of Sultan and Pokemon recently as well. Nice double kill from Bloody Shore, but across the board, Wawa's just looking like the better team. And there is no doubt that if Legion take this, HF will be deserving of the big slab of glass we've had under our desks this whole time.
Four to 5 seconds remaining on the clock and no engagement from either of the teams so far. This is gonna get a bit desperate here for Wawa. As they approach the B side, Pokemon and HF to hold the line, to keep them away. Pokemon finds one, looking for the second, traded out. HF smoked off, and Sultan gets shut down through the smoke. Sad but true, finding a major frag as the C4 gets planted.
This is where you got to bring your energy back, fellas. The 4v5 on Dust 2 needs to be replicated, but it's on a harder bomb site. Here it comes. The cavalry moving in for the retake. Okay, has the wire ready. Can't connect on the first, and now they're making some damage happen. It's Bullet to try and stop him. HF and Soulmate hurriedly trying to look for the fight. HF's gonna fall, and OK has helped them slip past again. Joseph, are we going to overtime too? Do you think we are going to overtime too?
I'm looking over at the players right now, and with how good Wawa must be feeling and how loud they are with their celebrations, I want to go to OT2, but I think Wawa have a real solid chance of closing this out, even though they're on the B side.
They fell short just before the finish line. Oh, we're getting right into the action. All right. Wow already with the opener, but HF's not having any of it. His 34th kill, still sitting on a 2 KDR as we're 29 rounds deep. 30th now. Bottom bomb site access gained. This is everything to play for Legion. Rotations being hurried.
Bomb planted. Another smokes out executor. Gonna set himself up in the corners, setting up a crossfire with bullet.
This is gonna get bad. So much time has already been wasted. Give it an honest crack, fellas. This could be your last chance. Bullet is starting to rip them apart. Wawa could have done it. Executor finds it. And Team Wawa are your champions of Control Point. Unbelievable stuff.
Oh, it has been absolutely fantastic witnessing these two titans go against each other. Wawa, they were the best that Pakistan had to offer unanimously for years until Legion came about, and now they can say that they really are number one after beating out Legion in as close a game as it can be. Legion, they had a lot of expectations onto them, especially considering that they were invited, but a disappointing finish for them.
And one of the conversations we had was that Wawa were coming in after a bit of a hiatus, right? They weren't getting all the reps in on the practice. While Team Legion, they are prepping for a big international opportunity. So they had the notes out, they had all of the practice, but they were not able to overwhelm the chemistry. And there you've got it on the camera for a second. We saw Pokemon Flash. He's gonna be going home without a trophy, but it's Wawa who's gonna be lifting it. There's your champions of Control Point. They deserve the applause. They deserve all the noise that the crowd can make. The underdogs in the consensus. Even at the start of Nuke, it looked like they would fall, Joseph, but they didn't.
A hard-fought battle. They deserve those smiles. They deserve the applause. They deserve everything. Champions of the tournament. They get to keep the trophy and the 500,000, majority of the 500,000.
And you know what I'm really curious about? With the team effort, like what we saw from Wawa, with the individual performance of HF, I am very curious to see who the MVP of Control Point is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many names you could throw in the bucket there. Bullet, he had such a star performance across the weekend. Sad but true, he was showing up, even though he's the IGL, the impact that he had in-game with the gun as well was absolutely lights out. OK performed pretty great actually on the second half of Inferno. So really, it's Mutsai, he had a lot of clutch moments as well, so realistically, it could go to either of them.
Yeah, just like we get a quick look, a close-up for the more keen viewers. There was a sneak peek of that trophy a little while earlier in the cam segment, but now you get to take a good gaze at it. And I believe we're going to be bringing out the MVP in just a moment. Before that, though, we're about to send the mic over to Faria for one last time. I want to hear it. The odds were stacked against these guys, and they have done it. So some words straight from the horse's mouth would be amazing. Over to you, Faria.
LAN that has ever taken place. कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा।
बोला नहीं जा रहा?
नहीं।
मैंने देखा था आप लोगों का रिएक्शन लाइक ऐसा लास्ट इंटरव्यू में कि क्राउड की ज़्यादातर सपोर्ट जो थी वो लीजन की तरफ थी। एट वन पॉइंट यू गाइस वर चीयरिंग फॉर योरसेल्फ। बहुत अच्छा लगा देख के। आप लोगों को कैसा महसूस हो रहा था कि यार ये क्राउड है जो हमारी सपोर्ट में नहीं था?
हम लोग प्रेशर में नहीं थे बिल्कुल भी, जैसे बताया था ना नथिंग टू लूज वाला वो था, वैसे ही 9-3 स्विच हुआ था, हम लोग ऐसे ही खेल लेते कि हमें पता था कमबैक मार देंगे, थोड़ा सा टेम्पो मिलेगा हमें तो।
अच्छा, द होल टाइम क्राउड में यही एनर्जी थी कि यार सबको पता है लीजियन ही जीतेगी, लीजियन ही जीतेगी। आपके माइंड में क्या चल रहा था कि डू वी हैव टू प्रूव देम रॉन्ग, या हम यहाँ पे एक्चुअली कम्पीट करने आए?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल ऐसे ही तो उनको रॉन्ग प्रूव करना था, बट ये कि वो प्रैक्टिस भी कर रहे थे साथ, हम लोग प्रैक्टिस वगैरह नहीं कर रहे थे, बट कोऑर्डिनेशन वगैरह कम्युनिकेशन में हमने सेव कर लिया अपने आप को।
अच्छा, वैसे वावा एक कंसिस्टेंट नेम रही है पाकिस्तानी ई स्पोर्ट्स में, लेकिन क्योंकि इतने टूर्नामेंट्स नहीं होते थे, नाउ दैट वी हैव फाइनली समथिंग लाइक दिस, आगे का क्या प्लान है वावा का?
हम लोग कंटिन्यू करेंगे आगे इंशाल्लाह।
दैट्स गुड टू हियर, थैंक यू सो मच एंड कंग्रेचुलेशंस। मैं देख रही थी a lot of people were not cheering for you, लेकिन आपका बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट था। Do you realize कि कितना बड़ा आपने इम्पैक्ट दिया इस टीम की विन पे?
हमेशा से एक ही टीम का इम्पैक्ट रहा है पाकिस्तान में, और टीम वावा है। कभी भी कोई भी टीम आ सकती है, हर महीने चेंजेस होती है लाइनअप, बाप एक ही है, वावा।
Congratulations, that's the spirit. एक्जी, ओपोनेंट के सपोर्टर्स भी आपके लिए चीयर कर रहे थे।
वो तो कुछ ऐसे में फैन है ना, अल्लाह का शुक्र है, खेला इतना है तो जानते तो सब है।
हाउ डू यू फील, कैसा लग रहा है ट्रॉफी लिफ्ट करके?
अच्छा लग रहा है, अच्छी फीलिंग है, पहली दफ़ा मतलब कि पाकिस्तान में इतना बड़ा कोई टूर्नामेंट हुआ है जिसके हम जीते हैं, तो अच्छी फीलिंग है।
Congratulations, thank you so much एक्जी। बुलेट, वो जो आपने डिफ्यूज स्टिक किया था ना न्यूक पे, आई फील लाइक दैट्स द राउंड दैट वॉन यू द मैच। कैसा फील हो रहा है? व्हाट वाज गोइंग थ्रू योर हेड व्हेन यू वर स्टिकिंग दैट डिफ्यूज?
Pros never fake, so that's it. We never fake.
क्या सोच रहे थे कि आप ये लोग एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करेंगे मैं डिफ्यूज स्टिक करूंगा?
टाइम कम था, लेकिन ये एक रिस्क ही था कि सोल मुझे आउट होके मार सकता था, बट ऑब्वियसली यू नीड टू टेक रिस्क टू विन मैचेस लाइक दीज।
जीनियस डिसीजन एंड कंग्रेचुलेशंस। हाउ डू यू फील?
बहुत ज़बरदस्त।
सोचा था कि लीजेंड जैसी टीम के अगेंस्ट जीतेंगे?
पहले 5 सेकंड साइलेंस मेरे दोस्तों के लिए। नाउ म्यूजिक।
सोचा था कि आप अपने फ्रेंड्स के अगेंस्ट, इतनी बड़ी टीम, इट्स अ वेरी रेप्यूटेबल टीम, जीत सकेंगे?
हाँ, सोचा तो था, इम्पॉसिबल नहीं था, लेकिन ऐसा भी नहीं था कि हम नहीं जीत सकते।
थैंक यू सो मच, कंग्रेचुलेशंस। Pokemon, the man that everyone has been talking about tonight. Great performance, बहुत अच्छा खेला आप लोगों ने. Where do you think you guys lacked?
I think जब कमबैक पढ़ना स्टार्ट हुआ तो प्रेशर में हमने काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट किल्स मिस करना स्टार्ट कर दी, काफ़ी कॉम्स मिस कर रहे थे हम, और बस यही कहूँगा कि प्रेशर के अंदर हम चोक कर गए और कुछ भी नहीं।
अच्छा, आप लोगों का गेम देख के ऐसा लग नहीं रहा था कि आपने ओपोनेंट्स को लाइटली लिया? यू हैड दी स्ट्रैट बुक, यू गाइज हैड एवरीथिंग प्लान्ड आउट। अगर दोबारा मौका मिले, व्हाट वुड यू डू डिफरेंटली अगेंस्ट अ टीम लाइक वावा?
नथिंग, कुछ भी नहीं। ऑनेस्टली हमारी टूर्नामेंट थी, हम ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो गए, और जब प्रेशर पड़ने लगा तो हम हैंडल नहीं कर सके बस।
अच्छा, हु वाज द पर्सन इन योर टीम जिसको आप क्रेडिट देना चाहेंगे कि दैट पर्सन ट्राइड हिज बेस्ट?
आई थिंक बेस्ट ट्राई के लिए तो नहीं, बट मैं HF को कहूँगा कि उसने मेरी सारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस जो हैं क्रॉस की, तो उसके लिए।
क्राउड के लिए कोई मैसेज? बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट थी लीजन के लिए, वेरी रिफ्रेशिंग टू सी।
बस हम ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहे, इंशाल्लाह नेक्स्ट टाइम विल डू मच बेटर एंड विल टेक द ट्रॉफी होम।
अच्छा, I feel like you are the right person to ask this question because you have performed at such big stages. How would you rate Control Point? How has your experience been like, and do you have anything to say about this event?
Control Point, I think international tournament के लिहाज से this is the closest tournament पाकिस्तान में जो अभी तक हुआ है, especially for players. We were treated like a international tournament ही है. So thank you so much Control Point for having me.
Thank you so much Pokemon. HF, let's talk to HF. बहुत अच्छा खेला आपने, क्या लगता है आज MVP किसको मिलने वाला है?
मुझे लगता है 7 को मिलना चाहिए। हाँ, 7 को मिलना चाहिए।
आपकी परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में सब बहुत ज़्यादा तारीफ़ें कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली दी ओपिंग दैट यू डिड ऑन न्यूक। कैसा फील हो रहा है टू नो दैट सो मेनी पीपल लव यू?
मतलब उस बारे में तो अच्छा ही फील हो रहा है, लेकिन साथ साथ ज़ाहिर है बुरा भी फील हो ही रहा है, तो फीलिंग मिक्स है, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा।
आप लोग काफ़ी ज़्यादा आगे तक आ गए हैं. आगे का क्या प्लान है लीजन को लेकर, क्योंकि सेमी फाइनल्स में जो है रनर अप होना भी इट्स अ बिग डील. तो आगे का क्या प्लान है लीजन का?
आगे का यही प्लान है, हम तो खेलते रहेंगे और हमने तो सोचा भी नहीं था हम पाकिस्तानी कोई लैन खेलेंगे, वो आ गया. लेकिन आज वावा ने बहुत अच्छा खेला, इसमें मतलब कुछ कहने को नहीं, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा किया.
Congratulations HF and thank you so much.
I'm still waiting on word. I mean, that MVP trophy, right?
Yeah, it's sitting right there, and hopefully we'll have an answer soon. But the conversation point that I want to bring up is HF. We saw Ferreira talk to him, and he, as you can tell, he's having mixed feelings. The crowd loves him. He had a great performance himself. He must be feeling good about that. But the fact that it still wasn't enough, being so close yet so far, it's gotta suck. And against Wawa, the single team that he cannot beat in finals, the curse just continues.
And what more is he supposed to do? Like,
Yeah.
he ends that game with, what, 34, 35 kills? I don't even know. It doesn't really matter. But I think one of the goals coming into this tournament was for HF to respectfully, I'd like to rephrase. I mean, it's kind of his responsibility as one of the newer talents in Pakistan to sort of take that torch, right, be one of the newest guns that is still able to perform at the level of the veterans. And for him to show Pokemon that he can essentially be the golden child of the team, follow all the instructions, find all the kills, is just like, it's still a big achievement for him. Even if you can't get that big W towards the end, I think this is still the ceiling, or sorry, it's the highest performance that HF has shown to date. To do it on essentially his first big LAN, it is incredibly impressive. That being said, though, we're going to be quickly switching over to Fariha once again, because we do need to crown an MVP.
Time to announce the MVP for today. Do you guys have any guesses कि MVP कौन होगा आज? Actually, team Baba की तरफ से MVP है. Congratulations, Bullet. You can pick up the trophy now. Make some noise, guys. These are the winners. It's a big deal.
Very deserving, incredible talent through and through. I mean, I know that part of the crowd, you know, they're rooting for HF and all that, but there's a lot of impact in being on the winning team, right? Bullet was absolutely doing a lot of damage. It was also his a couple of his kills that Ninja defused towards the end that allowed them to get over the line, and even towards the semifinals, right? He was just an absolute killer. So I'm really glad we get to see that MVP. Got any more thoughts for me, Joseph? You've got a look on your face. I'm guessing you've got something to talk about.
Oh no, I'm just honestly, I don't have much to say because the event honestly speaks for itself. It was such a high caliber event in terms of the talent that we had in the players. The production itself was absolutely fantastic. I'm so happy with all the work that everybody behind the scenes has put in as well, and it's just been a pleasure being here.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. I mean, I've loved every moment of it. The commentary has felt great for me personally to have the crowd right behind us, to be able to see all the players' reactions. It's been a while since Pakistan has offered anything like it. So for me personally, being able to come back to local lands after such a long time is honestly a privilege, Jazib, and I'm sure you feel the same way.
Oh yeah, exactly, and it's always fun being around you as well. We don't get to cast together much often, not Pakistani tournaments particularly, but it has been a blissful event the last couple of days through and through. We got everything. We got complete blowouts. We got comebacks. Everything.
Yeah, of course. One of the final few things you're going to end up seeing on your screen is that head-to-head between HF and Bullet. I think if there were 2 MVP trophies, HF would have absolutely bagged the second one. 34 kills on 18 deaths. It's a massive story for Bullet as well to prove himself. I mean, he's already been doing a fantastic job in Wawa, right? But then to also beat the tippity top of potential Pakistani competition, it's just amazing work. Quick look at the scoreboard. A much more distributed effort from Wawa. The Achilles heel that we thought would eventually catch up to Legion did end up being their downfall. Sultan was unfortunately absent from the server for most of the game. A bit more of a pickup in performance could have absolutely propelled them to the victory. And with a game that is this close, you do end up looking at the bottom of the scoreboard for answers, right? Especially when you've got the likes of HF, who has more than double the kills of the bottom fragger. So it's a little painful to point that out. You look at the other side, Wawa, a lot more well distributed. You had Sad But True often leading from the front, even top fragging in one of the prior maps. It's Bullet to eventually step up towards the end. So there's no real individual that I would try to fault at Wawa. And sure, the games got close. They were against some really difficult opposition, but everyone stepped up in the capacity that they were needed to.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to see the resilience out of them after having lost their own map pick. And Inferno, everybody thought that Inferno was Legions. But as Pokemon said, they got a bit overconfident even when they had the lead, and the resilience and confidence to mount a comeback, the mental resilience, especially out of Wawa, is absolutely phenomenal to witness.
Speaking of phenomenal though, this has been an absolute luxury and absolute privilege of an event to be able to cover. I've had an amazing time. We've had the luxury of having the crowd right behind us. The crowd's also been lovely, so interactive, and I mean, it's almost 1 a.m. now, and the crowd is still absolutely packed. So this has been a wonderful day of Counter-Strike for me. It's been a wonderful day for Pakistani esports and for Pakistani Counter-Strike in general, and it's been a pleasure to commentate for you all. Thank you all for tuning in. That was Control Point Championship. We hope to see you again.